vasárnap visszatérünk ide a stadionba az akadályhajtásra, és utána kiderül az, hogy ki lesz 2024-ben itt Szilvásváradon a 4-es fogathajtó világbajnok, az Ineos Grenadier FEI 4-es fogathajtó világbajnokságon. És a holnapi nap folyamán még egy extra program 19 órától a hagyományőrző hungarikum lovas csőműsor a verseny végeztével, arra is nagy megszeretettel várunk mindenkit. 9 magyar fogathajtó a startlistán, a magyar csapattagjai, ifjabb Dobrovic József és Lázár Zoltán szállnak harcba a dobogóért és a dobogó legfelső fokáért a nagy riválisokkal, talán a holland, belga, német csapattal szemben, az ellen, a holland csapat ellen, akik szinte verhetetlenek, és itt lesz velünk az a fogathajtó, aki sorozatban 6 világbajnokságot nyert, és ahogy elmondta, készül a heketedre is volt egyszer Ausztráliából, szóval óriási izgalmak elé nézzük itt az Ineos FEI 4-es fogathajtó világbajnokságot Szilvásváradon.
Good morning. Wherever in the world you are watching, we welcome you to Hungary. Driving has come home as we start the 26th FEI Driving World Championships for four-in-hand. Szilvásvárad is where we are, in the heart of the Buk mountain range, and as you can see from the pictures on your screen, we're in a really forested area, but the stadium here in the centre, it is the beating heart of the town, is just looking glorious. There we have the list of teams. Australia, of course, with the great Boyd Excel. Will it be another gold for him? Belgium, Czech Republic, France, Germany, Hungary, Netherlands, Poland, Romania and the United States. The feeling is that the team event is as close as it has ever been. The Dutch have dominated. Will they get their unprecedented 12th gold for the team? We've got the great IJsbrandschot with his son Bram and Kusterond on. But we are going to run through those team members. Don't forget, a team can have 2 people, so no drop scores. You've seen Australia, they're now Belgium, regularly in the bronze position. Czech Republic, those beautiful Kladruber stallions that we'll see very soon. France should be there as well. Strong team there, very experienced team. They've been working together for the last few years. Ben Ayoud in particular driving his Lusitanos. Germany, gold could be theirs. Look at the strength and depth of that team with their squads. We've got Christoph and Anna Sandmann competing as individuals, the Dobrovitzes. This is where the focus is, this Hungarian team with the great Zoltán Lazar as well. Netherlands, the money has to be on them at the moment. Kusteron, Bram and IJsbrand. Poland, 2 members. We have the vet there in Peter Mazurek, who's got a homebred team of horses. We'll look forward to seeing them on tomorrow. Romania, Gogo Rakotsi and Kalman Babu with a team of 2 there, the Conversano, Neapolitano, Tulipan and Tulipan, the giveaways that they are, the wonderful, majestic Lipizzaners. We'll be seeing lots of them during the course of the 4 days of competition. We are at the heart of Lipizzaner country in Hungary. And fantastic to have the great James Fairclough, Jimmy Fairclough, back on the team with Chester Webber, 2 towering legends of our sport. Had a good catch up with Chester yesterday and got lots of tips and snippets about his team, about his preparation, about his attention to detail that I will be sharing with you. My name is Sarah Dance. It is an enormous honour to be sitting here watching the action and sharing it with you all around the world. You can see the flags just in the gentle breeze, but it is hot, hot, hot today, and the competition will be. There is our starting list, but before the competition as such gets going, we will be welcoming in as the test driver the legend that is Laszlo Zsuás from Hungary. He was the winner of the gold medal here 40 years ago. It's 40 years since the 7th World Championship was held here in Zilvásvarad. And there is such a sense of homecoming. He was a double gold medalist, team and individual, and so he will be age 73. He was 33 back then. He will be leading the way for the competition today as the test event. So we have the lineup. That is the dressage order for you towards the end. Boyd Excel, Marijke Harm, Zoltán Ijsbrand, my goodness. So many great names. Records will be broken, be it by Australians or Dutch or Hungarians or whoever it is. It is set to be a very, very gripping, exciting, thrilling time for you as we broadcast from Hungary. So it's 24 degrees at the moment. It feels pretty hot. It will get hotter, scheduled to go up to about 29. It was 32 degrees Celsius yesterday. And you can just see one of the vehicles there from the headline sponsors and supporters of the event, Ineos Grenadier. And here he is, trotting around gently in this morning sunshine. 2 sand arenas, very interesting. There have been some great films going out on social media if you've been following it in the last few weeks, and especially showcasing some of those drivers, including Prince Philip. And the Hungarians are really proud of the connection with the late Prince Philip and the importance of the relationships he had in really promoting and setting driving up as a sport, and the influence of the Hungarians in those days. But you can see already there were queues of people waiting to come into this stadium, which has been fairly recently built. And now we have the sand arenas. So the dressage cones will be on the surfaces, whereas they were on grass, as they still are at some events. And then for Saturday's marathon, we actually move out of the town. It's going to be lots of ups and downs, a good old-fashioned sort of course for it. Obviously, we have the warm-up instead of the 5 sections. Back in the day in 1984, we would have had the 5-section marathons, but it's been modified over the years as this great man, a double gold medalist 40 years ago, and here he is, Laszlo József. He received a great welcome last night at the opening ceremony. He's got Sylvia and Bianca on the back with him. 2 stallions and 2 geldings in this team. Favorite, Fuss Record, Hotline Diamond and Sunny. 2 Oldenburg stallions, Hanoverian, aged between 13 and 18. You will get to know the dressage test quite well. It's obviously the 3-star, and we're in the long arena for this, 100 by 40. Our judges at C, president of the ground jury, chief judge, is Bert Jambon. He's from Belgium. Sitting at V for Ireland is Barry Capstick. At P, Jiri Kunat for the Czech Republic. For the Netherlands, Herman van der Bosch, he's at S. And Eli Martuna, who is the nominated foreign judge, he is here for Germany, and he's sitting at R. So those are the 5 judges, and we will be able to bring you the live scores so far. First movement's 5s to 5.5. The second movement is 6 from Yuri at P, sort of 4.5 from Barry. So, and ranging at the moment from 4.5 to 7. So running total between 22 and 33, 31. Just, I will share with you just the patterns of the judging as they're going on. They're sitting there in their lovely wooden huts. And lots of cameras around the arena to bring these super shots and angles with you. There was all sorts of planning going on in the run-up to the event to bring you gold standard coverage here from Zilvásvarad. Driving, 4 in hands, coming home for the 26th World Championship. Still on 5s and 6s for the movements, but this is as much about the judges getting their eye in. The horses in their breast collar harness. We'll see a mixture of breast collar and full collars, perhaps as the time goes on. Everyone in their best harness and bib and tucker today. Obviously for the Saturday's marathon, we'll see totally different outfits. Halfway through the test. Movement tone is the 8-second halt, and then that's when the reins get let out for this free walk, opening the frame of the horses. And that's where the hands have to go behind the buckles on the reins. Those buckles or clamps, whatever the driver uses, tend to be set up for when the horses are in a working trot. So stretch out of the arms. LXM. And back at M, they're good shot there into the corner as they go forward into the collected trot. Then there will be a circle left of 15 metres where you're quite exposed. No boards to keep the horses straight, but they're very experienced, and this is one of our most experienced carriage drivers. Going first in the sections as the test driver. The last time Hungary won an individual gold was in Kecskemét, and that was 20 years ago. That was Zoltán Lazár who won then, but the Lazár brothers have such an influence and such an important part in the modern sport. Hungary still is so dominant in the horse pairs. You will have enjoyed watching Martin Holler win his tremendous gold in Normandy and Le Pen last autumn. And they took team gold as well. And both Zoltán and his brother Vilmos, who is currently president of the Hungarian Equestrian Federation, which, it's wonderful, is celebrating its 100-year anniversary, its centenary, which coincides perfectly with the World Championships being here. It's bringing history into the 2020s. And there's just pride bursting from everyone who's involved, that they really are so delighted to be the focus once again for the highest level of four-in-hand driving. A 7, still the highest mark so far from our judge at P, and that was for the third movement, which is the extended trot. Averaging 5 to 6.5 largely. At the moment, it's Yuri at P who's awarding the highest marks. Herman are pretty much on a par with him, but as one would expect, somewhere in the middle. Barry a little bit lower at this stage at V. But there will be patterns, and it's interesting to follow what individual judges reward and like. Obviously, they will be on a par with each other, but there's often patterns in the judging that become apparent as the 2 days of dressage go on. Yesterday morning at 10 o'clock, there was the trot up. 2 of the Austrian drivers did not come forward, so we dropped the Austrian team. We're down to 10 now, having anticipated there being 11, and there are 14 nations taking part. Over 200 horses. Each driver, as you know, brings 5 horses with them. Either one as a spare, or most of them will have a swap around between the 3 phases. And you're aiming for a little bit of panache down that final center line. 22 movements, so you go from a collected trot, then at D, through X to G, extended, and then at the end, and a big cheer as one of the legends of our sport, and certainly a hero to the Hungarians. Age 73, Laszlo Zsuás, who won gold here 40 years ago. And isn't this one of the incredible aspects of our driving sport? There is no barrier to age. The great Prince Philip carried on driving very much until his last days, competed, oh gosh, in his late 80s, was still stewarding and officiating in his 90s. And it can't be emphasized enough what a very, very close relationship he had with Hungary as a nation when he was president of the FEI, the longest serving president in history, for 22 years. And it was at that important FEI conference in 1968 that he was chatting to some of the Polish and Hungarian delegates, and it was decided that they really needed to formalize driving as a sport. Prince Philip had been so impressed by what he'd seen at Aachen when there were over 20 teams lined up in the ring, and Aachen still going strong. Will be hosting the World Equestrian Games. Fantastic to have all disciplines together again in 2 years' time. But it's a standalone World Championship. That's the rhythm of it. We had a mini WEG almost in Crotone 2 years ago. What a fantastic event. Another iconic venue outside Rome 2 years ago. And that was when Boyd took his 6th individual and consecutive gold, and the Netherlands took their 11th. But here we have those scores, and I do pay attention to them. So 137 from Bert Jambon at C, he's 137.5, 139, 138, 126.5. Barry, the lowest there, and Yuri at P, 145.5. So those were the marks. Now the competition proper gets going. As for the home nation, driving as an individual, Simon Sandor Todt. He's got Kitty with him, and Eniko Kovacs. Eniko will be on with the marathon as well, and then Adam Koshos, and back with Kitty Todt Simon. Driving a combination of 2 stallions, a mare and a gelding. Conversano Zello, Favori, Harkos and Pluto. So you'll be hearing lots of those prefixes. The Lipizzaner breed itself, absolutely pivotal to the development of driving sport, considered to be such an important European heritage breed. And although they have this very strong association with the Spanish riding school in Vienna, their bloodlines, history, how the state studs and their breeding programs, they followed the geopolitics of Europe from the Habsburg Empire. And here in Svilbasvarad, it is the state stud farm, not just for Lipizzaners, there are other breeds here, but this is what is associated with this venue. Most often they're greys, but you do get them in blacks and the dark bays as well. Often depends on The bloodlines, strong associations with not just Hungary, the original Lipizzaner stud, which is well worth a visit. In just over the border from Italy, you can fly into Trieste. In Lipizzaner, part of the old Yugoslavia. And it's lovely to see the mares and foals running together. It's not uncommon for the males to be kept entire and used as stallions. The first of our individuals for the home nation. They were able to field the biggest squad of anybody as host. So they entered 9 combinations, of which 6 are going as individuals. And there was some speculation, I'm sure those on the inside had a pretty good idea who would make those all-important national team places of 3. But confirmation was received yesterday that it's father and son, Josef Dobrovic Sr. and Jr. and Zoltan Lazar. But a lovely position for the chef d'équipes and the selectors and trainers to be in, to have the depth of talent to choose from. The Netherlands and Germany in a similar position. But Hungary will be very well represented, as it should be. So have a look at those flags. The white ones, they are marking the 100 years of the Hungarian Equestrian Federation, of which Vilmos Lazar is currently president, and they have been really instrumental in the organisation and production of this event. From the outside, it's a bit like a great football stadium. I suppose in our driving terms, it's like coming to a Taylor Swift concert. There is so much activity on the other side of those rows of seats. There's stalls, there's harness, saddlery, bits, all sorts going on. There's plenty to see and do. And if you're wondering what to do this weekend and you're anywhere nearby, do come along. It's free to come and watch the marathon on Saturday. And the word is they're big, open, flowing obstacles. The lines will have to be true. You're going either uphill or downhill, so you'll need to have fit horses. That one-handed circle. Just look at the loop. That's a great sight there of the loop just between the thumb and the forefinger, setting 4 horses up there, and you can just see it shrinking out of that hand. And there is no greater relief than when you're able to, that's it, take the reins when you're driving either a team or a tandem, when you've got those 4 reins coming back into your hand. And you can set yourself square again. You'll notice the drivers are almost in an upright position, so they're bracing themselves through their core and their feet, and that gives them a lot more independence through their arms and shoulders, which almost have to be quite independent as they're on the reins. We say in driving you have to have brains in your hands, and another saying is what's in the brain goes down the reins. So keeping calm, keeping your adrenaline as the driver in check is really important. But at this level, we're at a World Championships. The horses know the job, as do the drivers and all the crew, not just the 2 grooms. Sitting smartly there on the back. They're wearing their crash helmets, and there's lots of chat about safety And it may well very soon be compulsory for them to be wearing crash hats. Drivers included in all the phases. We have it in cones as well now. That's super. We are averaging on the scores very similar to Laszlo, who's gone before. Actually, the judges are a bit more in alignment with each other. Only 3 points between them in their running total at the moment. Horse is just anticipating the next movement a bit. Very hard when they probably know the test quite well themselves. There was just a bit of jogging there, and that's reflected in the marks. Yes, a 4 from Bert at C and a 3 from Yuri, and that's acknowledging just the break of pace there from those wheel horses behind. But tremendous that we have this team of Lipizzaners being driven. A lot of success with the purebreds and crossbred Lipizzaners. The Lazars in particular did very well with half and half. And although we talk about the Lipizzaner being a heritage breed, they too had the influence of other breeds, be it a bit of thoroughbred or Arab back in the day, like the modern sports horse, the warm bloods, and we will have a dominance of the Dutch, the KWPN warm bloods in this competition. Wonderful shots there from the team, and just look at the tubing. That's what a lot of us do on the ends of the bars of that Liverpool bit, and that's just a safety check to make sure the reins don't get caught under. You can have fixed bars, but just a bit of almost hose pipe, clear hose pipe on the end there. That's a very neat and easy way of just sealing off those ends. Horses being driven on first bar, which just brings into play a little bit more the curb chain. A range of marks from our judges. Yuri at P, 126.5 was the lowest mark. And Barry, he was $137. Bert at C, 131, Elimar at R, 129. So the judges, just over 10 marks, 11 between them all. Barry awarding the highest marks, and Yuri the lower ones. They do score, and they tend to be a little bit more generous for numbers 23 and 24. So 23 on the judging seat is for the athlete. Use of aids, handling of reins and whip, position on the box, accuracy of figures and transitions. The mark must reflect the consistent level of accuracy and quality of transitions. So 22 movements as such, and then 24 is general impression and presentation. And the judges are normally pretty generous for that. Now, one of the next young generation drivers for Hungary, he's had already a lot of international success on the young drivers circuit. This is Peter Juhász. And you'll notice he's in this wonderfully smart military uniform, and this was very much part of the promotion ahead of this event was to acknowledge the support from the military, the army here in Hungary, helping both young Peter to transcend into full-scale horse fours, and also Joseph Dobrowitz Jr. He has received similar support from the military, so he now this season is driving in his uniform. So tremendous that there is this quite structured support from the state and military. Something that not every nation enjoys, probably a bit more prevalent in this part of the world. Peter Joash, aged 18. There's his current ranking from this season, 48. Ingmar, Ivano, Yoni, and Cliff. Now, Yoni, or Johnny, was actually in Joseph Dobrowitz Jr.'s team last year at the test event in Pretonia. You might remember he took a bit of a dislike to the hedgy horses. They were cut out to look at them. But anyway, great to see him back here. So he is sponsored by the Hungarian Equestrian Federation, the military of Hungary, Premika, Trans-IF, and some more companies. So wonderful to have this support to bring on 18. He's been for many years juggling his driving with studies at school, and is actually featured in a beautiful book, if you can get hold of it, written by Joseph Vida, the Hungarian Four in Hand. They're actually selling it here, but I dare say you can buy it online. It's a beautiful book with the most incredible illustrations and profiles of Peter alongside some of the greats. So immediately recognizable by their quite distinctive physique, their long legs, the high rib cages, relatively flat across the backs, and the high setting of the neck on the shoulders. They are, of course, the KWPNs, favored by all the top drivers for their athleticism. Look how supple and lithe they are for big horses, light on their feet. And one of the many advantages of driving them, they're very trainable as well, is as over the years the dressage phase is becoming increasingly important. It used to be very much about the marathon back in the day when we had the 5-phase marathons, that the marathon scores tended to dominate. But the phases have come more on a par with each other. And for 21st century driving, these horses that are able to show probably more scope and range in the different paces. They're quite springy on their feet. They have this natural suspension and elevation. They are long-legged athletes of the horse world. His marks very similar to those that have gone before. He's our second competitor in. Don't forget we had the test driver first of all. Hungary, the host to more world championships than any other nation. They've actually hosted since the early 1970s. Over 100 medals have been won by them, and they've hosted more world championships than anyone else. And Peter has competed at some of them as part of the youth team. In 2018, he achieved a silver team medal. and has competed with a pair he's done very well, been awarded a bronze medal in 2021, and of course was in Exlo in the Netherlands for a tremendous European Championships last year in Holland. So many years of experience on his young shoulders. Marks 5.2, 6.5 across the board, 1.7 from Elimar. That was for the third movement. The extension, which is where this particular breed of horses do tend to excel. A 4.5 from Herman at S for that last movement. Yet a 6 from Elimar. It's very interesting, the different positions, perspectives, what the judges are seeing. The side-on view when they're on the centre line for 4 of them, and then head-on for our judge at C. That was meant to be the rein back, yes. A 1. Unfortunately did not complete, attempted it. Barry Capstick gave that a 3, but the other judges... Yeah, it was meant to be a 3-metre rein back, 4 1s and a 3 for that, because you will have seen it just didn't come off, sadly. But, gosh, at 18... what a tremendous achievement for Peter to be here on the world stage. What a driving future he has ahead of him, and being supported by the Hungarian Federation and the military. That near side leader, or is it it's the offside? Yes, well, near side as you're looking at it, offside if you're driving, that's the right and the left. He's having quite a good look at everything. Sometimes when they see cameras or cars or judges' boxes, it can be quite a lot for them to look at. There's a lot going on. Some of the drivers commented yesterday. We had a really good crowd down the outside and going into the town on the warm-up arena yesterday during the trot-up. There was lots of people watching. It was just tremendous. It really added to the atmosphere, but it made already quite springy and hot horses even more springy. So it was quite an eventful trot-up. Each athlete has to trot up their own horses unless they're unable to have hurt themselves or something, then they have to nominate somebody, but it's up to each driver to present and show their own horses for inspection as fit to compete. And the halt there, and a lovely salute. Well done, Peter Joas from Hungary. I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot more of him in the future. Great achievement. Now he has crept ahead for 4 of the 5 judges. That was the better test. 133 from Bert at C, 139.5 from LMR at R, for Herman at S 133, 144.5 from Barry. He's giving out highest marks at the moment, and for Yuri at P 139.5. So his total going forward, once it's been averaged and divided, is 68.16, in contrast to Simon Sandal top, who had the 77.55. So quite a difference there. Good for Peter. 68.16. There you have it, and that pops him ahead out of the first two drivers. Interesting to look at the range, but lowest on a total of 133. Barry highest on 144.5. 4 8s for movement 12, award 24, which is the overall impression, 8.5 from Yuri. But those marks tend to be pretty generous. And a cheer as we welcome into the arena for his dressage, Ferenc Galbach Jr. We do have a number of juniors and seniors, fathers and sons, and a father and daughter at the World Championship family, of course, the beating heart of everything we do in driving. And for the dressage, we've got Conversano, who's stallion, Incitato, Pluto and Tulipan. So a real range of the Lipizzaner prefixes. 3 stallions and a mare. And this is really special because this is one of the teams that is based here, so he's driving on home turf. Ferenc Galbach and Istvan Vaci are driving the 2 Lipizzaner teams from Szilvásvárad. So no need to go through the familiarisation process that some of the other equines might have to go through. A great range of those famous prefixes and all those Roman numerals afterwards. Of course, they will have their stable names. But often a giveaway, if you look at the side of these horses, they do have the marks on them which pertain to the year born, the sire, depends on how each stud manages it. Sometimes the female bloodlines as well. But for Hungary, home nation, and homeboy really, Ferenc Galbach Jr. Kitty Kuax and Osilia Sambo on the back. They're looking very smart in their national dress. Looks super to see them. Prince Philip and his cohorts, people like Sir John Miller, Douglas Nicholson, back in the day, very inspired. And of course, our great, great George Bowman. I hope if you are listening, George, you're enjoying the coverage. An absolute legend. Were inspired to use breast collars by what they saw for the Hungarians, and much easier to adjust. You don't need quite the draft on a surface like this, and certainly with 4 big, powerful horses. You've got about 2 tons of horse in front of you there, probably more. A fairly light carriage. There are rules about carriage widths and weights, and in particular, that's really important for the marathon to give a fair and level playing field. You'll see the notches he's got on those reins. They're very handy, and also quite handy to have a slightly different tone or texture between your wheeler and leader reins. All these drivers are able to do this by instinct, with all the hours, days, months and years they've spent behind their horses. So it seems very smooth so far, and that is reflected in the marks. They're just a notch up. The horse is really relaxed. There isn't any tension in them, which is probably very helpful when you're driving at home. But the range is 5.5 up to 7s. So this is going to be a good mark, but working well as a unit, as a 4, and they certainly do seem very relaxed. And obviously the more relaxed they are, the more scope they're able to show through their paces, through their bodies. They don't quite have the reach of certainly the Dutch warm bloods and the modern bred sport horses, but they do have a presence about them, a majesty. Something about those crests on the necks, and often with the Roman nose. There's a quiet authority about these horses. Yes, 5 crept in for that one, just a little bit early. Looked like on the transition, but kept walk for most of it. Movement number 12 we're up to now, which is collected trot, circle left 15 metres. So the collection doesn't mean slower, it actually means more elevation. And if you study your scales of training, you'll notice that to achieve collection you must have everything else in place, which is balance, rhythm, straightness, bend as well. They're very well matched 4 of horses, certainly in their build and type. That's the advantage of being able to put together a team at a breeding centre. You've got the pick of the bunch. Oh, lovely. Oh, super, super, super. Look at them in pace together. A magic moment there. Might not have been the lengthiest of trots, but the footfall just in a lovely symmetry there. Yep, that's what you're aiming for. So that from the side it looks like there's just 2 horses. Looks like you're driving a tandem, not a team. And yes, the rein back, aiming for as straight as possible. But certainly the 3 metres covered there. What's that going to get? 6s, 5.5. Just veered off to the left a little bit with the back end of the carriage. But still 6s, 7s, 5.5s throughout this very polished test. Lovely and light on their feet. A bit more extension there. Let's see how that compares. Yes, we've got a 7. So there was a 7 for the collected trot reins in one hand, 20. Yes, he's not quite getting the range and the extension, but that's, I think for his horses, he did a jolly good job on that. So the penultimate movement here, number 21, MEV, which is the free walk. Now he's kept his... It's interesting, this is all about the length of the horse. The conformation is and their range of stride. He's kept his buckles in his hands. Also helps if you've got quite long arms as a driver. Just to be able to release them forward. You're not losing your contact, quite the opposite. You must retain that communication through the mouth. Yeah, 4s and 4.5s for that. They didn't really show such a great differentiation from their walk, and then particularly that offside horse. Yes, and they've fallen into pace again, the leaders. Well done. Oh, lovely. Well done. Keep your eyes on the leaders. That's super. Matching their footfalls very well, and a big smile, deservedly so. That really was a very smooth test. Very enjoyable to watch. Thank you to Ferenc and his beautiful horses. Job done. He can now go away and focus on his obstacle driving, and the horses looked like they were just geeing up a bit as the crowd appreciated that. And I dare say there's lots of people in that crowd who know these horses well. These could all well be people from the local area. And talking of locals, Christina Horvath, who is running the show office here, she said just before we came on air how lovely it is for her to be in the office solo as her first World Championship, because she only lives half an hour from here and her father used to work at the stud. So a really poignant event for Christina. Lovely. And some 9s for 24, the general impression and presentation. Obviously, an extra mark given for having clean greys. And there's a close-up of that Hungarian style whip there. And a lovely smile at the end. He knows that went well. Congratulations. Total, he's got 59.83, so he's dipped into the 50s. That's really super. Gone into first place. And a good score for the Hungarians. He's not in the team, he is here as an individual. We've had 1, 2, 3 Hungarians in. But a lovely example of how that test should be executed. Now the first of our German drivers, we welcome René. Pulls again in. René's been driving a team for many years, but this last World Cup season, he was actually backstepping and helping his great friend Jörg von Steen, who is on the German national team. But René went round the circuits, London, Geneva, for the World Cup, and it's looking like on current performance and rankings that Jörg will be in the mix again, but we won't know till the end of the outdoor season where we go for the World Cup. René quite rightly has got his sunglasses on. It is bright as the sun rises directly over the arenas. He's not a full-time driver like some of our athletes here. He's from Eichweiler in Germany, age 44. He is the managing director of a bakery that specializes in providing and making gluten-free goods, which is sold throughout Europe. A member of the German Driving Committee and also the International Carriage Drivers Association. You might remember that was launched a couple of years ago in at the final in Bordeaux. He began riding as a child, entered his first driving competition when he was 14. Also enjoys skiing, water skiing, and Motorbiking. There is a pattern among our Daredevil carriage drivers. They do like extreme sports across the board. He was in Protoni 2 years ago, where he finished 16th at that World Championship, also in Breda, and which was in the Netherlands 2016, Riesenbeck in 2012, also last year in Exlu. Just a mainstay of the German squad. He's been at European and World Championship level for certainly the last few years. He's got Fax 53, Harold, Havana, Elmire, Cadence and Liveling. Those are his 5, ranging in age from 8 to 15. His dressage score in Protoni, it's quite an interesting benchmark. That was 62.96. He did well in the cones, ended up 8th, 16th overall. This year he was 9th at Kronenberg, 7th at Laden, 10th at the Exlu event at the end of July in Holland. And the German drivers are trained, when he has time, by Boyd Excel as well. He was their team trainer in Exlu for the European Championships last year, because obviously he wasn't driving. So they, as well as being extremely strong and experienced drivers themselves, they also benefit from his input. The leaders and wheelers actually striding well together on that curve. How are the marks? 6s to 7s. A few 5s for movement 7, which was the collected trot half circle, 20 metres to the left between E and X, but on the whole, 6s, 7s, 6.5s. So a very solid test so far from René. Guiding his right set of reins round there. Horses all looking very relaxed. You can see their ears have almost flopped out to the side a bit. Having a look around. Ideally, you like your leaders to be looking where they're going, not taking in the flowers and all the people. Ears forward on those leaders. That's a pretty picture in the sunshine. The lines in the sand beginning to show the driver's interpretations of a 15-metre circle. Quite interesting. It is quite something being the first one in when you don't have any lines. Now, I'm sure they all know their shapes incredibly well. It's a bit like figure skating on the ice. You don't want to get caught in other people's grooves, and you do have to make your transitions look as smooth as possible. Back into one hand. He's got his loop out the back there. Some have it on top, some have it sort of coming across the palm. And the thumb, he's let his loop out. It's quite tall, which does help. Gives you these longer levers in your arms. Made taller by his grey top hat today. So you just want on those turns, you want that outside horse, as that one did well, just to extend their stride so that ideally those heads and bodies are staying level. Your outside horse needs to just increase as your inside horse decreases fractionally, but just to keep them level. That's where those extra marks will be gained. Still on his 6s and 7s, the odd 5. And they look pretty straight for the rein back. Oh, having a bit of a look at everybody. Very smart ear covers there with the tassels coming down the front. They seem to get bigger. It's a bit of a fashion at the moment. Mixture of, looks like ordinary Liverpools and Swales fittings there. And the first of our, there he is, hand out. And you'll notice he's got his full collars on. So those big ovals, which you pop over the heads upside down so you don't catch the horse's eyes. Turn around the way of the mane if you're putting a collar on properly. And you want not to catch your plaits as they go on. And the pole straps there attached through loops. If you're going out on the road and you're wearing your full collars, I sometimes judge coaching classes and you want that pole strap round through the full collar because it can be quite a lot of weight on those rings. Yes, he's got them round. That's very sensible. And then that spreader bar. On a traditional carriage, you have the 3 bars, the spreader bar and then the 2 leader bars, but in the modern 4-in-hand for dressage and competitions, we tend to have that 1 long bar that's on a swivel fitting. Yes, these marks are going to be down. You've got a really good shot of the jogging there from that inside wheel horse. Just anticipating a bit. Now, it will be interesting to see what the marks are because the judges on the side outside might not have seen that. Yes. So we've got a 4, two 4.5s, a 5.5 and a 6. Elimar, maybe he didn't see so clearly that break of pace. All about the positioning of those judges' boxes. And that final extension down the centre line. Opening up the frames, but still keeping those back legs really working underneath the horse. The strength across the back is really important if you're going to achieve a good extension. Salute, and his final marks, 8s and 9s. 8s for René, his accuracy, and 9s for the turnout. We'll bring you the total very soon. That final mark being appearance of the athlete and groom's correctness, cleanliness, harmonising with the harness and carriage, so making sure everything fits and looks well. And this did. It had a lot of overtones to a traditional type turnout. The sorts of vehicles like the famous wooden Balmoral dog cart that Prince Philip used to use, whose wheels were replaced on many occasions back in the day, before he and Michael Martin Bennington in the UK and obviously over here developed the modern competition carriages. They were known as battle wagons initially, built of metal. Prince Philip actually, because of his incredible contacts, he was in conversation and consultation with people who built aeroplanes. I think it was the head of British Aerospace that he talked to about the sorts of materials that he could use in his early competition vehicles. It's still around in the inimitable claret. That is the livery colour of the Royal Mews and all the royal carriages. But over the years, we've moved away from there being handbrakes to front and rear turntable brakes, all operated by foot pedals. And René salutes. His dressage is done. Oh, isn't that a glorious sight? He goes into first place pretty much unanimously, all bar our judge at P, Yuri Kunat. He had him in second, but that is a total of 57.10, 57.10. So that's quite an improvement on his test from Protoni, which was 62.95. Well done to René. So 57.10, that puts him into first position at the moment. Ferenc with those lovely Lipizzaners on 59.83. Peter Joash, 68.16. And Simon Sandotot, 77.55. Those are our totals so far. 7 drivers in this first morning session. All very relaxed and people enjoying the sights and sounds of the opening day of this, the 26th FEI World Championship for four in hand at Civil Vasvarad. And next in, Ferenc Galbak. It's a name you've heard before. And this is senior coming in now. Again, another individual for Hungary. A mare, two geldings and a stallion, KWPNs. We've got Beyonder, Cupido. Jason is the stallion and Vandor. Quite an experienced team. Jason is the youngest at 10. And we go up to 18 with Beyonder. Only one of the horses in the trot up yesterday didn't pass as fit to compete. That was for one of the Romanians. Another one of the Dutch horses was asked to just go off and walk around. They hold for about 10-15 minutes and then they are represented and it passed. So that's pretty good. Over, I reckon about 205 horses were presented for their inspection. So Hungary as a nation have won four-in-hand golds. Obviously, when you factor in singles, young horses, young drivers, and certainly the pairs, their tally goes up to over 100. But they won their first team gold at a world championship, which was the third one. Now, this was in Apeldoorn in the Netherlands. And that was really the legendary team that set Hungary apart. Imre Aboyni, Georgi Bardos, who is still going strong, and Sándor Fülöp, legends of driving sport and here at home in Hungary. They won again in 1978 in Kecskemét, and that was Georgi Bardos, Sándor Fülöp, and Laszlo Papp on that team. Interesting, they beat into second place what was, well, Germany, BRD at that point. Don't forget, this was a time of the Iron Curtain, and that was one of the great factors in certainly Prince Philip's involvement. When he started to travel to Hungary, it had been many years, probably since the Iron Curtain came down, that a member of the British royal family had travelled into Hungary, so it really was quite significant. At Windsor in 1980, that's when the British team won with George Bowman, Alwyn Holder and Prince Philip on, again, sort of up there in legendary status for the Brits. Hungary were silver then. They were silver the following time back in the Netherlands again, and that was the first time that IJsbrand won his first team gold with Sem Groenewald, Sem who's based over in the States now, and the great Tij Velstra. He was another one who cast great shadows across driving. Hungary here in 1984 won that very important gold again with Laszlo on the team. We saw him earlier, Georgi Bardos again, and Sándor. Sweden were silver then, and the Brits were bronze. Mickey Flynn, who was really Prince Philip's right-hand man for so many years. He was on the team with George Bowman and Prince Philip, and actually Mickey's son, Kevin, is still doing lots of driving, started driving out again at the Royal Mews. In 86, the Netherlands won for their second gold. Hungary was silver. They were silver again back in the Netherlands. Bronze in 1990 in Stockholm. That was a World Equestrian Games where Sweden actually won with two Paulsens, Krista and Jan Erik, and Tomek Eriksson. And Ad Arts was on the Dutch team then. Now he is now really spearheading so much of the success in Dutch driving. He has long-term training programs. He's their chef, trainer, team manager. IJsbrand was on the team again then with Theo Westhoff. And that was really probably the end of the team dominance to some extent for Hungary. They did well at a WEG in Aachen when Attila Bardos, again that famous surname, Josef Dobrowitz and Zoltan Lazar, don't forget we're seeing them on the team. They were in silver position. They were also bronze again at best in the Netherlands in 2008. But that all-important gold that they won in 2004 in Kecskemét, Josef and Zoltan, who was the double gold medalist then, joined by Laszlo Kecskemeti. So last gold for them 20 years ago. And there is so much hope that we will have a Hungarian team again on that podium. It is certainly going to be very close for the team competition. Ferenc here as an individual, his marks, he's got a few sevens, quite a few sevens in there. 6.5s, 5.5s. The judges completely united. Doesn't always happen for movement number 18, which was the working trot 20 meters half loop to E. Between E and F, he got a full set of sixes, 5 sixes for that one. They do have this distinctive conformation, quite wide hip bones. It just gives them so much scope and range in their movement. That's it, you just want those traces bobbing on those leaders, don't want them doing the pulling ideally. They should just be sitting out of draft. Certainly during a dressage test on a flat surface. They'll have plenty of work to do on the marathon. They will be in draft on the hills, but the carriage will run smoothly on this surface. Everybody says it's very good. They probably needed to dampen it down. They haven't had rain for about 5 weeks here. There is some forecast for next week, but at the moment, temperature's rising. A very gentle breeze, as you can see on those flags lining the top of the stadium. Currently sitting at about 29 degrees. Yeah. Oh, good movement down there from the horses. Just leaders in sync. Wheelers were as well. And ideally aiming for 4 square hawks, getting those 16 legs and feet, making a rectangle each. Looks like he will be 8s and 9s, just looking at the placings from the judges, a mixture between second and third. Whether he will get past Ferenc Jr., we will wait to see. René looks pretty safe in first position at the moment. So Bert at C and Elimar at R had that as their second placed dressage test scores of 150 and 149.5, very much in sync with each other on their marking. Whereas Herman at S, Barry at V and Yuri at P had that as their third place test. Again, the marks close, ranging from 148.5, 148 and 152. And just dipping into the 60s, so that's 60.37. Currently going into third place. These marks will be incredibly close. There will only be fractions between them as we go through our 41 competitors. One more to go after this before we have a short break. Confirmation there of the third position at the moment. That will of course change as more drivers come forward. 60.37, judges quite in alignment with each other with their running totals. Really interesting to look at them. A few sevens, the odd 4 and 4.5, but averaging out 5.56 up to a few sevens. So solid test for him. As we look forward to the first of the French team. The French have sent 3 here, which makes up a national team. Maxime Maricourt. He's joined on the team by Benjamin Aod and Anthony Odd. Anthony, who actually had a great test event ahead of the Protoni World Championship. He actually won that, and there was a test event. They tend to try and do it here in Spiel Vasvarad last year, and Chester Webber in particular spoke about how the going altered his choice. Now, again, some important figures there. You've got Quentin Simonet, who manages the French team, and a former world champion for Belgian, Felix Marie Brasseur. He is the team trainer, and gosh, what a lot of wisdom he's got. So the French team, quite a disciplined unit, and certainly would have medal hopes in their sight. The Belgians have done well over the years, consistently in bronze position at world level. Won an early silver at a World Equestrian Games in Den Haag. So that was Felix Marie Brasseur. He was on that team and bringing all his wisdom to the training and assistance he gives from the ground for the likes of Maxime. He is joined on the carriage by Letitia Maricourt. She will be on for all 3 phases, and Marion Lotte. Driving 3 geldings and a stallion. D'Agostini is 16. Image is 11. Captain Jack and Cardens are both 9. All Dutch warm bloods, KWPNs. France as a nation have really knocked on the door for so long with team medal positions. So often the bridesmaids and coming fourth, very, very nearly there. Would be great. They've certainly done very well at European Championship level, and currently very strong, particularly strong with the singles. And we've got those World Championships to look forward to in 2 weeks' time in Arras du Pin in Normandy. Such another, like we are here, important venue for driving sport. Again, full collars here. These are these face coverings one sees increasingly. Quite a lot of the show jumpers wear them as well on his lead horses. marks so far 6.5s and 7s. So it could be challenging at the end of this opening session for a first place. Horses very well matched. One shouldn't be seduced by leg markings and things, but it does help, and they're all pretty much the same tone of bay. And what that does is it just helps. Oh, a break of pace there, just a little bit over enthusiastic from that wheeler. But to get them colour matched as well just helps give that very coordinated overall impression. It's not vital. We will probably see mixed coloured teams in here, but those long white stockings, one of them going over that front knee, you can just see bobbing up. Somehow it makes the eyes believe that those paces are longer, certainly in the extensions. Trying to keep that elevation through the hind leg. Aiming for those back feet to be tracking up at all times, even not quite the range of backup that you would expect as an extension, but shouldn't be falling too short in relation to where the front foot is. They have these quite long bodies, but with the long limbs, they do have that reach underneath, and the importance of the strength across the back of the horse. So focusing away from the head position and the neck and the cresty tops, you want a really supple back, and all of these horses, I'm sure, have their own physios. Different pressure points on the ridden and driven horse bodies for those of you that do use chiropractors and physios and McTimoney's for your horses. They will tell you that if they treat ridden and driven horses, they find different things naturally. They're using different parts of the body. These horses probably require a lot more attention around their shoulders and the wither area. But the strong back helps that elevation. It's like us as humans doing lots of yoga and Pilates and core strength. Holds everything together, keeps everything in place. The spine is what keeps us upright and what keeps them level. Looks like they're comparing notes in front there, doesn't it? A horse leaning into his mate. How's it going, Dad? .5s, 5.5s, the odd 7. Will René, for Germany as an individual, retain his opening lead on a sunny Thursday morning? Those 15-metre circles, look where his wheels fall. He's on the inside of where some of the others have been. They will have the tractors and arena harrows in very soon, smoothing it all out between the sessions. Everyone driving quite well into the corner there. Lots of half halts in the corners, setting the horses up for the next movement. Yeah, this is what they do well, just able to extend those front legs, good long shoulders, gives that range of movement. Quite narrow in front in comparison to some of the other breeds. Long and lean. Yeah, more 7s for that. Yeah, clearly showing that that other hand, the right hand, is nowhere near the reins. Quite a flourish to holding that arm out. And then the whip just going down along to tickle along the wheelers, get them to engage. The back end's a bit more for a bit more propulsion. They're looking nice and light in his hand today. And this is where there's really nowhere to hide. You're very exposed in the middle of the arena. little bit disorganised with the team. You notice that the wheelers weren't too bad, but the leaders, the quarters swung out a little bit. So let's see where those marks are. Not too bad, 6s, 6.5s. Very much depends on where the judges are sitting, what they can see. It's almost like they're pedalling as they extend forward on a great big penny farthing. Long legs going round. Interestingly, there isn't a standard height of wheel, and some of the drivers, and I know this is a tip that goes back to George Bowman, if you have slightly smaller horses, you might want to reduce your wheel size, because then it gives you just a balanced picture. It's just one of those many little hacks, like a life hack, that go towards making your turnout look as balanced as possible with big tall horses like these, and they are tall horses, high withers, long legs. There's a lot more air around them, so you might want to have slightly bigger wheels at the back like we've got here, and then it just balances that overall impression. The bigger the wheel, the less rotations to cover the ground. So if you think about some of the traditional carriages, certainly the two-wheelers that everyone used to drive with singles, as a means of conveyance, the bigger the wheel, the more ground you would cover. Greater circumference. And they look pretty happy. Here's forward, enjoying working today in this beautiful arena. We'll be quite close at the top as we finish this session. Final extension down the centre line, going past those four judges, but keeping eyes firmly on probably the roof of the box at sea. And he breathes out. Doesn't give too much away with that concentrated expression. And that is the end of our first session here in Schwils Vasvarad. And that's been a lovely morning of gentle dressage. And then just trotting out. Lovely. Done. He can go off, don't hose them down. 8.5s and a 9 for the overall impression. 3 7s and 2 8s for the athlete. So that's has a bit of a bearing on things like rein handling and the accuracy of those figures. The quality of the communication with the voice, reins and whips, those 3 aids in driving. How long that lash would be on the whip, it does stay furled up. Probably coming out looking like it's had a perm if you were to undo that. Talking to them. Hungarian carriage there, Lahel. And you can just see the discs on the inside of that wheel, operated by the foot pedals. And leaning back, pull the rein back. Super shots here. They look like they've been quite well used over the years, those reins, a few holes in. But there might be a lucky set of reins, who knows? And the connecting strap just bobbing along between those lead horses at the bottom of their collars. And off comes the black top hat. Might be crash helmets before too long, let's wait and see. So confirmation there. That test put him into second position, but my goodness, it's looking close already. 57.44. 57.44. René sitting just in front on 57.10. Don't forget, we will get into the 40s as time progresses, and I dare say we'll have 2 or 3 tests in the 30s. There we have it, current running order. Rezi Pozgen as an individual for Germany, 57.10. Maxime, we've just seen as the first team member to compete at all today. He's on the French national team, 57.44. Ferenc Galbax Jr., that was a very smooth test on home turf for him, 59.83. And senior, 60.30, just dipped into the 60s. Peter Uesch, our young driver, 18, at his first big four-in-hand World Championships, 68.16. And Simon Sandor-Tot, he is there on 77.55. A short break, and then we should be back with you. Local time, not sure what the time is where you are tuning in from, at 11:50, so just under half an hour. But it's been a joy to share the action with you, and do take in this beautiful setting. Look at that backdrop, those forested Buk Mountains. We're quite high up here. Take care, we'll be back in just under half an hour. And welcome back to Hungary, wherever in the world you are watching us. We have had a great opening session of dressage and we are about to start Group 2. As you can see, look at those names about to come into this beautiful arena. We've had the tractors out, smoothing out the lines from the first lot, and look for Hungary, the first of their team members, Joseph Dobrovic Jr. What a name, what a surname in terms of Hungary's incredible, rich, golden driving heritage. 40 years since a World Championship. It was the 7th was held here in Spielvasvarad. We are nestled into a valley in the Buk Mountains. We're quite north, 100 miles from Budapest, from the airport. That was the distance. But it very much feels like it's a coming home, a homecoming for four-in-hand driving. This nation, this proud horse nation, where driving is the third most popular sport behind football and fishing. We had a wonderful opening speech from the Minister of Defence last night in the opening ceremony, when the parade of teams and squads was very much about family. We had babes in arms and pushchairs, a few dogs, generations of families coming in. And talking of generations of families, none stronger, none more successful than here we have Joseph Dobrovic Jr., the first of the Hungarian national team members, announced yesterday confirmation that he and his father and the great Zoltán Lazar will make up the home nation's team. 32 ranked, 25 at the moment. Very much a marathon specialist. That is his strong point. Will do a good test with these quite showy warm blood horses. Joseph, who is this season supported by the Hungarian military, which is why he is driving in this uniform. And look at those white stockings going up the legs, certainly of his 3 liver chestnuts. They are KWPN's Dutch warm bloods. 2 stallions and 2 geldings. 9, 10, 11 and 16 in age. And I'm sure all the expectation is that a good score to set the Hungarian team expectations going. Opening marks from our 5 judges. 5.5 as he came in. He was a little off centre. The horses were just arched as they came in. So 5.5 up to 6.5 for his entry. Improved a little bit for the second movement. 6s and 1-7. Improving 7s and 7.5s. So that seems to be where the range is at the moment. 1 grey in the team. On the right-hand side wheel, as you can see. With a team of 3 drivers, you have the luxury of being able to just drop 1 of the score. So 2 count going forward from each phase. It's also why we can have a team of 2, but there are no drop scores. Several fathers and sons. Alongside the famous Dobrovics, we have, of course, Eisbrand and Bram Chardon. We've had Ferenc, father and son Galbacks. And, of course, we have Christoph and Anna Sandmann for Germany's individuals coming a little bit later on. Christoph is in this session. In the meantime, Joseph Dobrovic, The family are based fairly near the airport in Budapest. He was a really successful pony team driver, a bit like Bram. They are very close friends, Bram and Joseph. And the Dobrovitzes, interestingly, when you go back through the biographies of the horses, the Dobrovitzes have owned and supplied so many of the horses that will be competing at this World Championship. A great tally of medals for Joseph Jr. Teams, all sorts. Winner of the Junior World Trophy in 2008, a silver medalist in 2010, Hungarian European team pretty much since 2011. In World Cup teams and World Championships teams, 2014. Has won multiple championships here in Hungary. Also, not only does he compete in the horse fours, but he's been very successful alongside the Lazars and Martin Holler in the horse pairs classes, and his cousin Christoph Ostertag. So very used to the pressures, the demands, knowing what it takes to compete at winning level on the world stage. Horses back in breast collars, but they look like they've got big earrings on with those rings on the wheel horse bridles, lots of different configurations of what we call the Roger rings, and that's to just guide the lead reins on the outside of the horse's head underneath the ears. Positioning is just one of the many, many decisions that is made when putting together a team of 4 horses or any driving combination, setting heights of harness, where the horses are going to be positioned on the pole, how close they are to the carriage or to the bar, the height of the breast collar in relation to the points of the shoulders, and the windpipe, that they shouldn't be touching either. But Boyd Excel in particular talks about the importance of the fittings on the bridles, the heights of the bit, the type of the bit, and he has said in the past that he actually has 3 bridles that he uses, one's for training, one's for dressage and cones, and then another for the marathon. And if anyone changes the settings on those, he's not greatly pleased, because the positioning of the blinkers, noseband settings, all very important. And one of those points is where the reins will feed back. Do they sit above or below where the blinkers are on those eyes, or do they sit across? It depends on what sort of blinkers you have. There'll all be the fairly traditional type in this dressage test, but once we get onto the marathon, you'll have probably more of the half cup or open type blinkers, just to give the horses a bit more vision. Joseph coming towards the end of his test, been 6s up to 7s, the odd 5.5. Where is he going to be in relation to our current leader for Germany, René Posgin, and the last to go for the French team in our opening session, Maxime Maricourt? They're both sitting on 57. I'm sure Joseph has every intention of staying in the 50s. Yeah, frustrating jog there from wheelers are doing what they're told. But it is one of the frustrations when you have a walk movement when the jogging starts. Now they can trot. But these are very fit, very powerful horses that will excel on the marathon. And to find a team that is able to be equally proficient and strong in all 3 phases, that's one of the golden eggs, the pot at the end of the rainbow. So easily within reach, but so hard to actually find. So Hungary's first team member, super experienced. What a pedigree as a driver. And that looks like a sigh of relief. He's done all he can, saluting to the crowd. who are very appreciative. Now, he looks like, we'll get confirmation in just a minute, that he has spliced René and Maxime. No, confirmation is that he's just gone behind. Yeah, they've changed that score on my screen. He's just slipped into third place, behind Maxime by 0.07, 57.37. That's 57.37 on our screens now. That slots him in behind Maxime, who's on 57.30. René's lead fine at the moment. Now, the judges didn't all agree on that test. This is one where we've had a bit more of a range of placings. The marks, there's a range of 11.5 between them. Bert Jambon, not so impressed. He had that on 149.0. Elimar Thunel at R, 154.5. At S, Herman van den Bosch, 153. Barry Capstick, pretty much in alignment. Those three middle judges on my screen, 153.5. So Elimar, Herman and Barry had that in second place. In first place, interestingly, in terms of his scoring so far, Yuri at P on 160.5. But that, once it's been added up and divided, gives him a running total, a low as possible penalty score. That's what they're aiming for, and currently into third position. So our opening driver, the first of the Hungarians for the team, Josef Dobrovic Jr., has done all he can for his dressage as we welcome in another of our legends. We do use that word an awful lot in driving, but one of the most successful drivers in Dutch history, Koos de Ronde, supported as ever by wife Marie. They took team gold in Pretonia, of course they did, the Dutch, on that very wet and rainy afternoon. Interestingly then, 2 years ago in Rome, Koos was 7th in the dressage with 54.24. He was second on the marathon. He had an absolutely tremendous marathon. Michael Brauchle won, but Koos was second and he was 12th in the cones. One of the highlights of his long driving career was in Aix-Lou at the European Championships last year, where next to teammate Brown, who took individual gold, Koos took individual silver, and that was a really cracking result. His dressage test then was actually 9th place, but it was 52.91. He was again second on the marathon, 13th in the cones. He last won an FEI Driving World Cup in 2013. And like a lot of these athletes who've been so successful for so long, when you ask them how many medals they've won, how many golds, how many championships, they kind of look and say, gosh, they can't even remember. His father, Piet, was also a well-known carriage driver. His children, Anna, Peter and Julia, are also involved. Anna, you might remember, was driving at the World Pairs Championships last year. He was introduced to the sport, Koos that is, as a child, and began competing when he was 17. A very, very long list on his biography of wins, medals, top positions. Ranked at the moment for the World Cup, which is really important for these drivers. Obviously, they're very, very focused here on the World Championship, but they will have an eye to the rankings going into the autumn and winter season for the World Cup. He's ranked 2 at the moment, which is great. Overall ranking for the 4-in-hands is number 4, so very highly ranked. Would dearly love an individual medal on top of what one would expect to be a team medal. What colour it will be, who knows? It's as close between the teams as it has been for a very long time. It's by no means a given that the Netherlands will get this incredible 12th medal. Koos de Ronde. Now today, for the FEI, he's ranked number 3. It was 4 last week. Well, at World Equestrian Games, the team position in Tryon in 2018, when the Americans won, they were in silver, the Dutch, but they won in France in 2014, again at Lexington in 2010, and World Championships really from 2008 until Brauchle, all golds. 20 years ago in Kecskemét here in Hungary, 2004. Of course, his individual position was 5th and the team were in silver position. Yeah, long list of many podium positions for this gentleman, who will do a good test. Where are we on the scores? Averaging 6.5 to 7, as one would expect. We've gone up another notch, an 8. The expectation is that after this he will go into the lead, but it is the marathon that is his strength. And like so many of those drivers who are on the World Cup circuit, it's like they're terribly sharp through their rein handling, their reactions, the speed that they're able to generate, and the consistency in lines through the outdoor marathon obstacles, aided hugely by those sharpened reactions, and that you have to be good on the indoor circuit as well. So that's the running total average at the moment. So we're looking at low 50s, which would be on a par with where he would expect to be. He's had a great season, which is why he's quite high up in the World Cup rankings at the moment. 2nd in the Czech Republic at Kladruby, that was early on in the season. 2nd at the Royal Windsor Horse Show, one of the original driving Grand Prix in the wonderful grounds of the home park at Royal Windsor. 1st in Saumur in France, 7th at Aachen, and 4th in Aix-les-Bains. So a really strong season. What great preparation Course de Ronde has had for this World Championship. 7.56 for movement number 8, which was the 20-metre circle right, reins in one hand. That 8-second halt marks the halfway point of the test, meant to be for 8 seconds. So you count elephants or 1000s in your head. Sharp, responsive horses that really want to go up the gears. They can't wait for the marathon. Interestingly, he uses clamps there. Some people use buckles. You can even use bootlaces just to link those leader and wheeler reins together. And that positioning is one of the many vital and important considerations that happens long before you end up coming to an event. You just want to set it so that when they're trotting forward like that, those leader traces are bobbing along, which they were gently there. Those outside horses just should be stretching. The other leader's not quite there on the right-hand side, just falling behind a bit. The judges will be spotting that. That's right, that's a 6-7. Now, a diagonal is where this breed and a team like this would really be able to excel. Lots of debate about the shortening of certainly the Horse 4's dressage arena. It's currently 40 metres wide by 100 metres long. That's the size that it always has been back from the very early World Championships and European Championships in the 1970s, when this sport became formalised as one of the FEI disciplines, very much under the impetus of Prince Philip. There was discussion about reducing the length to 80 centimetres and having that option for event organisers, because not all arenas are able to provide the length, that extra 20 metres, plus you do need a little bit of room to make your judges' boxes and things. So it was a nod to lots of things, including being able to open up driving to perhaps more venues. But here, where one would expect tradition to hold out, we have the 100 arena. Running average of 53.14. A 4.5 from Herman at S for his rein back, up to a 6.5 at P from Yuri. Not so many sevens for the last two movements, sixes and 6.5s for the working trot. Coming back to the sevens. They're like long distance runners, these wonderful horses, with these long legs. Quite a pronounced knee action, particularly on that right-hand leader. But of course our judges are not taken in by that. They will be looking at everything. Overriding are those 7 scales of training: the obedience, the rhythm, suppleness, contact, impulsion, straightness, and then of course collection. But it's the smoothness. It should look effortless. And most importantly, the horse is completely united, working as one unit. Heads level, footfalls in sequence. Ideally, your lead horse is directly in front of your wheel horses. Still on 6s and 7s. That was number 21, the free walk. I think maybe just that slight instep from the leaders was hidden from the judges. 21, he actually marked quite well for that, as movement 22 is the collected trot round to D from V, extension down that middle, and then the G, halt and salute. Little smile there from Koos. Undoubtedly going into the lead after that. Just waiting for those final 2 sets of marks. 7.5 from Bert for the driver. A 9 from Herman van der Bosch. 8s from the other 3 judges. 8.5 from Barry for overall impression. 9s for everybody else. Everybody apart from Barry Capstick had that as their winning test. Barry had 155.5. Yuri Kunat at P really liked that test. That was 167 just 0.0 from him. His leading test, also the leading test for Bert, Elimar and Herman, 162.5 for Bert, 163.5 and 163. So 3 judges very much in agreement on that one. Such a skilled rein handler with these great reactions. Cousterond. It seems to come so naturally to him. Beautiful sights and pictures from a very atmospheric Svilvasvarad. You can just see there's an archway of sort of inflatables, a bit like sausages, as they come into the arena. They had to have a few extra straps to hold them up yesterday. The horses, obviously, they've had their familiarizations. All the athletes are given a slot to drive in the both the warm-up arena and where the dressage is, and that's the allowing the horse to become accustomed to what's happening. So they've got a chance then to take it all in, but there's still plenty for them to look at as we welcome in the third of our competitors. And this is the first one from Romania. This is Gaugo Racozzi. Two Romanian drivers forward. He's number 40, but the draws are done very interestingly. The chefs and trainers and managers and the officials get together an hour or so after the inspection so that we know if all the horses have gone through or if there's any re-inspections or vets or anyone have to be involved, and that's a giveaway there. Not just the greys and the build and the confirmation, but we've got some Conversanos, Neapolitanos, and of course another team of Lipizzaners. So the draw is taken out of a hat with the nation's flags, and then each chef steps forward, and actually they were picking up bottles of red wine yesterday with numbers on the bottom, and that was determining the order. So the teams were put into places originally. Those two or three team members were given their slots, and then the chefs from that, in the order that their nation flags had been drawn out of the hat, then went to put in where they would like their individuals to be. So because nobody really wanted to go first, and Hungary had the most drivers that they had to fill in, so that's why we ended up with so many of the Hungarians in that first session this morning. But now for Romania, another nation where the Lipizzaner is such an important breed. Great scoring and instant information from the numbers team here. Thank you to them for keeping you at home and your commentators informed. So looking like this test is going to be round about 63, which at the moment would put him behind Ferenc Galbach, but let's wait and see. There we go, just hoping that his horse is bent. The outside leader was just looking to the outside there. Of course, the Lipizzaner is so closely associated with our venue in Šilvas. But the breed is known to have started around about 1580, still going strong. The founding pedigree stallions were those famous names that are still used as prefixes: Pluto, Conversano, Favori, Maestoso, Neapolitano and Siglavi. And they were quite related to the bloodlines of the Arabian horses. Incitato originates from the Transylvanian Count Paul Bethlen, and the Tulipan has more ties to Hungary. Neapolitan naturally has links back to Italy. And those early heroes of Hungarian driving when they were doing so well in the 1970s and 80s. Imre Bojny, Laszlo Kadar, Jorgi Bardos, Lazar brothers achieved so much of their success with the Lipizzaners. And we're seeing them here today. There are national studs for the breed in 7 countries. Here, where we are, also Austria, Slovenia, Slovakia, Croatia, Serbia, Romania, and we have a Romanian driver in front of you, and Italy. A fraternal relationship exists between the studs, and the aim is naturally to keep the breed going, to keep the blood lines as broad as possible, so they're aiming for genetic variability to uphold the preservation and values of the breed. Here we have the stud master, who is Tamas Majko, and Zofia Rakic, Istvan Marshall. They compete in ridden dressage with the horses.
Two of the horses were involved in the European Young Equestrian Championships. Something which they are very proud of after more than 20 years. Ferenc Galbaks, we've seen as Van Vaci, they obviously are driving horses from Svilsvásvárad.
Sevens coming across. Herman van der Bosch seems to be marking quite highly, as does Barry. Fives up to sevens for Gogo Rakotsi for Romania, one of the two team members. And in recent years, the Lipizzaner and the horse breeding tradition has been listed by UNESCO as an intangible cultural heritage item, with its long roots and history linked to the Austro-Hungarian monarchy. Fascinating. There are books about it, scholars, and lots of passionate owners, breeders, riders and drivers of this wonderful breed. Great to see them here at the outdoors, but we do associate the Lipizzaner very strongly with the success of certainly the Chardons and some of our other top drivers for the World Cup circuit. The drivers say they're intelligent, they're like big ponies, they have that sort of brain where they can cope with it all, very fast reactions, and I'm always amazed how these teams of World Cup horses can go racing round in front of many, many thousands of people and then come back in a few moments later and stand stock still for the prize givings. Wonderful temperaments that they have. These horses are from the National Stud Farm in Romania. And we've got a gelding and 3 stallions. One of the geldings is 23. That's one of the Conversano horses, 2 Tulipans and a Neapolitano. The youngest is 8. Actually, one of the horses is a Dobrovets horse, who's been competing for a long time, since 2011, the Dobrovitzes and the Ostertags, indoor and outdoor. Gogo was competing with horse pairs in Ozere earlier in the year. In Romania, he was 2nd and 5th. That was in the horse pairs class. With the 4s, he was 2nd in Platanica in Croatia in June, and 10th here in Hungary in Budapest Kinskem Park. Back at Bodok in Romania in August, that was 8th, and the event that a lot of the drivers were using as a warm-up for this World Championship, Pibo Kolfach in August, he was 12th. That was the event that Glenn Geertz actually took the first prize, and Boyd was 2nd, but then he was using a team of horses that aren't normally his World Championship squad. Gogo is interested in agricultural engineering and animal science. He went to the University of Oradea. His family have long been involved with horses, and he was inspired to take up driving and 4s by the Hungarian great Georgi Bardos. The first of Romania's 2 drivers, 8s and 8.5s for his final overall impression, 7s, a 7.5 and an 8 for the driver. As soon as we have confirmation of where he's going to be, I will share that with you. Interesting, one judge had him in 4th, that was Barry Capstick. He had him in 5th, Burt in 6th, and
Elmore and Herman in 7th, with totals ranging from 141 up to 153. That takes him into the 60s, 61.70. That puts him behind Ferenc Galbach just now, currently in 7th, ahead of Peter Joas, who we saw earlier. Cousterand out in front, good mark for him, 51.91. That's 51.91 for Cousterand. A good mark in terms of the Netherlands and their bid for yet another team gold medal. René Ponsken individually for Germany. That lovely test earlier on this morning, 57.10, but Kuss has put a lot of distance between him and the current drivers, but that gap will be eaten up. Confirmation there on your screens, because we've got Tom Stockmans in for Belgium next, followed by Michael Brauchle, whose dressage is just getting better and better. Jaroslav Juran, the first of the Czech drivers coming forward. They have a team of 3, the Neshvasil brothers, and then the great Christoph Sandmann for Germany as an individual. So I would think that before too long there'll be some marks, possibly ahead of Kuss, but at the moment he's sitting quite some distance out in front on 51.91 with his distinctive Arabo-Frisians. In comes one of Belgium's 3 team members. Some of these horses used to be in the team that France's Benjamin Eo did so well with. All geldings ranging from 8 to 18. Tom, who's stood alongside Glenn Geertz and Dries de Greek in recent years on the podium. Mark Ventin helms their team operations. Mark, who runs Hippo events and publishes, very busy chap, also commentates sometimes. And that was a very positive entry from Tom. Entered with intent, we can say. Let's see how he gets marked for that. Currently ranked 23rd. Much the same set of horses that he used at the European Championships last year in Exlu a year ago. His first European Championship was here in Hungary, in Budapest, in 2021. In Pretoni, he was 23rd after the dressage with a score of 58.30, 23rd in the marathon, 31st in the cones. So far this year, he's been 13th in Exlu, 23rd at Aachen, 11th in Samoa and Windsor, and 15th at Kladruby. His dressage in Aachen was 63.63, so that's a benchmark for how he's been judged this season. 6s and 6.5s, a couple of 5s for that third movement. So it's all about percentages, how much Arab blood is in the Frisians. I mean, they do, oops. You don't necessarily want a few counter strides in there. Ideally, walk and trot, halt and rein back. Good shot of the loops there. They're very well matched physically. They're the Frisian type, quite dominant in this, but some years ago, some clever breeders decided to inject a bit of Arab blood into the breed, and it gives one of our modern sports horse types, the Arabo-Frisian. See, as I mentioned earlier, the positioning of the Roger rings. Sometimes you can have those rein carriers on the wheeler bridles as a fixed rosette loop on the edge of the brow band, but they're sitting just sort of on or below where those wheeler blinkers are. Dan Napruis, who drives for Team GB. Sadly, despite our incredible set of results and the greats that the British have had over the years, no Brits driving here this time, a bit like Pretoni. But Daniel, I know you're watching and you are a big fan of this breed. You find them very trainable. They're quite biddable horses. This is why the Frisians, as a pure breed, are used so much for commercial work, particularly horse-drawn funerals. But they have their origins in agriculture and working the land. They're strong horses, quite often kept as stallions for working. Shouldn't be white on them. Sometimes they can have a lot of feather on their legs, so that might be taken off. Quite voluminous manes and tails, or part of them. Quite cresty horses, upright shoulders. Not the longest of strides, quite a high knee action. That's for the purebred Frisians. But just there'll be lots of Arabs working at the moment. We've got the Endurance World Championships going on in France just now. It's a very busy week. The Paralympics, all sorts going on internationally in our equestrian calendar. And it was because of that stamina and endurance and the fineness of the Arabs. That's why in the 1960s the breeders started to introduce that blood into this synonymous breed with Holland. Average of 10 to 20% Arab in them. And there's been a European stud book at work since 2000. The breed has probably about 1,000 horses at the moment. And particularly popular as a harness horse. A lot of these horses are now bred in Belgium as well as in Holland. And recognised not just as a type, but a breed in its own right. Tom Stockman's here, one of 3 team members for Belgium. They were 3rd in Pretoni 2 years ago. And 3rd behind the Dutch and the Germans at the European Championships last autumn as well. Matching tie and handkerchief there for Tom. The horses in their full collars. Now, they've got interesting extended terrets down the side of the hames. That's quite an unusual fitting there. Normally, you have rings on the sides of your hames on either side of the collar, but they're much broader. Not something you see so often. The linking strap between the leaders there. If you're driving a coach and four, you don't use that, but it's deemed correct. The martingales, as we call them, the false martingales that go down from the front of the breast collar, or the hames on the collar down to looping through the girth. That belly band underneath, linking the hame tugs to the pad at the top. We call it a pad in multiple driving a saddle. If you're driving a single in English, because it has a mini tree on the inside and it has to take the shafts on either side. But with pretty much everybody now who will be competing with a single driving a four-wheeled vehicle with independent shafts, you now have a sort of modern version of the Tilbury tug, which was a quick release tug holding those independent shafts in place. And you'd have your fixed back band so that the shafts don't move through and come over the horse's back. So this is a lighter version of a single harness. They don't have their britching on, which is the braking system at the back. Not necessary. Has to be worn for a single. It's part of the rules, but not necessary. There's Georg von Steen looking at his phone, watching the action. Tom Stockman, 5s, 5.5s, 6.5s prevalent. But Jambon quite liked that test for him. That was his second place test of the day so far on 157. In contrast, at P, Jiri Kunat had that as his 8th place test on 149.5. 3 9s, always nice to get for the overall impression, and 2 8.5, so that's being marked highly as they have all day at the moment. That's putting Tom into 5th place. He stayed under 60. 59.43, confirmation there that he is on 59.43. Cousteron still out in front, Reni Posgan sitting in second, Maxime Maricourt, very little between them, and then Joseph Dobrovic Jr., all on 57 point something. Couple of points on to Tom Stockman's. He's 0.4 ahead of Ferenc Galbach Jr. with the Lipizzaners. On the carriage with Tom, we've just had Daniela Werens. She's on with him through all 3 phases, and Anne Lehman, she is on the carriage for dressage and cones. Henk de Cam joins for the marathon. Confirmation on your screens. Now look at that great big book that was being carried down the hill from the stabling area last night, being held high above somebody's head, sitting there on the carriage. And there is Dick Lane. Hello, Dick. He is a big fan, sitting there in the white cap chatting away, of the Lipizzaner horse. He's represented Team GB on many occasions here on Hungarian soil, but he has a particular connection with the stud here. He's a great friends with and drives his team of Lipizzaners who originate from the stud. So he said he booked his ticket back in February to come here. Dick Lane has lots of fascinating facts about all the characters and the history. And talking of characters, here's one of ours in driving, Michael Brauchle for Germany, the first of their team members to come forward. Absolutely maestro when it comes to the marathon, is the man to beat on a marathon. He and Koos tend to be up there neck and neck on current form. He was the European champion in 2015, individual bronze, took recently in Pretonia at the last World Championships alongside the team silver. His dressage in Pretonia, it was a 9th place dressage that event, 49.18. The European Championships, it was 50.91. Aachen, this year his dressage was 56.37. It was a 12th place one, but his marathon always so strong. He was second on the marathon at Aachen, first in Pretonia and Exlu for those championships. Also a farrier, which is an extremely useful profession and skill to have when you've got all these horses to keep shod. They've all each bought 5 horses with them, so that's 20 feet that need to be in good condition. No foot, no horse, we say. The team here. Oh, I see he's got Baloo in. Baloo is wonderful. He's used on the indoor circuit as well. He's going to be in for Marathon of Cones. Of course he is. Sharp, sharp little horse, always leading the way. We've got Carola, Jamilo, mare in gelding. Mixture of German breeding and 1 Dutch warm blood. FEI, who's another mare, and Quidditch. Quidditch has been a mainstay for a while. 7s, 6.5s and 8. Mickey Brauchle, Mickey as he's known, will be really, really keen to clock a nice low score here, not just for the team, but in terms of his own individual medal aspirations. Absolutely one of the competitors that has a very strong chance of being on the podium. Very, very athletic horses, more traditional in their conformation and shape than in some of the Dutch warm bloods, but the Germans always present their horses in fantastic condition. Glistening coats, they look great. Really, really good quality horses. And you see that during their trot ups, the horses in sequence there on that curve, that was looking good. This is a collection. Very competitive. Michael Brauchle pumps with adrenaline when he's doing his World Cup rounds and his marathon rounds, puts absolutely everything into it, wears his emotions on his sleeves. Little flourish there with the whip. Trains sometimes with Boyd, as do all the German squad. Lots of quality about this test so far. 6s, 7.5s. No more 8s, just the 1 at the moment. I'm sure would dearly love to dip below 50 as he did in Pretoni, but at the moment, as you can see, 53.9489, where he's been marked today. Clamps on his reins, which is where you have the little, you file the reins through that square metal loop, and then you put the clamps in, just down to personal preference as to what you like. Perhaps when you drive ponies, like I do, I tend to use a bootlace when I'm threading them together because I don't like the weight on the reins when you have fine little, very responsive mouths like you do on ponies in particular. I prefer a bootlace because it doesn't add any weight to the reins and I can have what I feel is quite a pure contact with them. He's got dangly earrings on for the Roger rings. Good shot of the rein clamps there. .89 his running average at the moment. 7s for movement number 10. That was well rewarded. The halt for 8 seconds and a 7.5 from Barry. So far, Elimar is rewarding this test highly. An important test for the team competition, for the German bid to stand in first place, or at least on one of those steps on the podium. The remaining 2 German team members, Mareike and George, will be on tomorrow. Mareike, we would expect to post one of the strongest, therefore lowest dressage scores. She's always there or thereabouts in terms of being first, second or third. Don't forget Chester Webber is on absolutely flying form for his dressage test this year. Had a beautiful test at Aachen. He's really set the standard this season. And that will be tomorrow. But 53.83 for Michael Brauchle at the moment. Still plenty of sevens, a 7.5 for the extended trot with the reins in one hand. You could quite easily do the whole test one-handed if you wanted to, when people were driving what we call coachman style back in the day, where all four reins were held in the left hand with the right hand in front. The Hungarians have quite a different tradition. They've got the Szczesny reins, which relate back to Count Szczesny, who's quite an important figure in Hungarian driving and the traditions. And quite often, and Dick Lane is one of the exponents of this, they have all four reins with a pair, so two coming back into the hand. It gets a bit more complicated if you're driving a four to have 8 reins, so that's one from each side of the mouth coming back. And then they hold a linking strap in their hands. The English translation is that it is called a frog. But nowadays, at this sort of level and with this type of competition, you will have them all driving with a rein in either hand. He's another one whose clamps have gone forward in front of his hands. And that tall centre turret, the tower turret as it's called, in the middle of the wheeler pads. You can have the reins being filtered back from the outside turrets if you wish, or the more traditional and common way of doing it is to have them in the middle like that. It depends how you feel about the angles of the reins, and if you ever want to read a really good analysis of where you are as the driver and how this affects the angles and the positioning of your reins, because the driver is sitting on the right-hand side of the carriage, do read the Max Pape book, he was a disciple of the great Benno Achenbach. And Michael Brauchle ends there, but you wouldn't have the reins on exactly the same setting. There's friends, Jörg and Rennie, sitting together, watching that for the Germans. But of course, for the marathon, the drivers do move behind. They can sit in the middle if they want to, but they tend to prefer to have that passenger seat next to them. It certainly means during prize givings and things, they can have owners or sponsors or friends up there next to them. Oh, Sarah Garnett, wearing her Australian top. Sarah, Granny Garnett, who's here with Team XL. And we'll get some shots of her as it goes on. She's absolutely been one of the props behind Boyd Excel's great success. And she's had a hip replacement well into her 80s and still travelling internationally to come and support Boyd Preether and everyone else on the squad. And of course they do have these strong links and ties to the German team, as Boyd is one of their trainers. Interesting, 3 of our judges have that as their first placed test. Herman van den Bosch, not so struck by it. That was his 6th place test, but in the middle had that as his 3rd place test. But that puts him just behind Costeron. The total is 52.77. Coast remains in front, but these two marathon maestros have done enough to put themselves into strong team and individual positions at the moment with those 2 tests, where you would expect them to be in terms of their current form. So 52.77 for Michael Brauchle, just in behind Koos, who is still on top of the leaderboard with 51.91. Confirmation on your screens of that 2nd place in the running order at the moment, ranging from Herman van den Bosch at S. That was an 8th place from him, 149. Sorry, 6th place for him, 149.5. Up to first for Elimar, Barry and Yuri, and third for Bert Jambon. The patterns in the judging and the learning of what the judges seem to enjoy and reward. Always an education to analyse the results and the patterns. At the moment, for team placings, it is purely theoretical at the moment. Netherlands in front with Koos. Those that have only had one driver forward. Germany in second after Michael Brauchle. France in third with Maxime Maricourt. Hungary with Joseph Dobrovic Jr. only just behind him fourth. Belgian in fifth after Tom Stockmans. And Romania there with Gergo Rakotsky. He was their first driver. It looked like a shot there of the warm-up arena. 2 more to come in before we have our longer lunch break. As we welcome in for the Czech Republic, the first of their 3 drivers, Jaroslav Juran, and judge, president of the jury, and driver raise their Panamas to each other, entirely appropriate in this warm day. Now you can have a quick look there at all the prefixes. They're all Pretoria. And they are Welsh cobs, and it really is a delight to see them being driven, because this was one of the breeds alongside the Lipizzaner that was very much a mainstay. Alwyn Holder, George Bowman used them back in the day, and certainly in other driving disciplines they remain the Welsh breeds absolutely heart and soul of so many driving turnouts, be it showing, eventing, indoor driving. The 4 Welsh sections, A, B, C, D. Welsh cobs tend to be the C and D. And the Pretoria stud has been breeding Welsh mountain ponies, so that's the section A, they're known as the mountain ponies. And the Welsh cobs, so that's section C and D. They started in 1996. They have a reputation for quality and careful breeding. So a gentleman called Pavel Marec began a breeding program with them on land that was part of a former state farm in Chi and Moravu. And it was a region of the Czech Republic that probably is quite similar in its geography and climate to the Welsh mountains. It was hilly with a harsh climate. And I was in Wales last week, and actually it was raining in the Brecon Beacons. So they selected to breed Welsh cobs in this part of Eastern Europe. One of their first stallions was Gwenlyn Ben. That's a good Welsh name. And he came from actually an English stud or a British stud. And he's the great-great-grandfather of the Pretoria team. Also influenced by the Peter Jones of the Menai stud. And that's where they've got their breeding mares from. But they've also used Dutch Welsh breeding as well. Very interesting. HS Lord Thomas is one of their prevalent sires as well. So we've got Pretoria Eileen, Elliot Escape, Mirage and Mr. E. Mr. E is the spare at the moment. He's a stallion. The rest of them are geldings, aged 11, 13, 15 and 16. So in their prime. Most of the horses at the competition will be in their teens. A lot of our drivers do enjoy bringing on young horses. Chester Webber, Michael Brauchle in particular, enjoy that training. Chester was saying how much he enjoys going and looking for his type of horse and spotting them between 3 and 4 and bringing them on, educating them over the years with his own training methods. But a good traditional stamp here. They've got good bone, powerful back ends. If you think these were working horses, had to work all day, so they have their quite rounded quarters, strong hocks, very, very good feet. That's one of the features of the breed. They wouldn't have been shod on the mountains, so they're good doers. They don't need a lot of feed, can live perfectly well off grass, foraging, hay. A bit like the Lipizzaners, a lot of the older breeds, they do well without the concentrated feeds that a lot of the sport horses will receive. Equally popular to be ridden as driven. Good deep chests, wide in front, plenty of room for the lungs and the heart. And they do have big hearts, metaphorically and physically, these horses. If you get them on side, they'll give you everything. Very intelligent characters. Great to see them participating in this World Championship. Jaroslav Juran for the Czech Republic, the first of their team members. As expected, the marks won't be quite as high. We've got a few 7s in there. He got a straight run of 6s for his entrance, 5.5 7s, mainly 5s and 6s across the board. They don't have quite the scope and range of the warm bloods. There's not the differentiation between the collections, extensions, but they can still produce a smooth and, all being well, accurate test. Head's a little bit awry off your ideal vertical position. But a very traditional type of team. The sort of team Alwyn Holder would have driven back in the day. Alwyn, based in the south of England, was one of the drivers that gave Boyd excel when he arrived on his one-way ticket, aged 21 in England. And he worked with Alwyn in his early days, learnt a lot from the great man. Alwyn was on the bronze medal winning world team. He was also on European teams. That was in 1982, alongside George Bowman and Prince Philip. They were all great friends beyond driving. It's still hot here in Svilvazvarad. They were watering the warm-up arena in between the sessions. Everyone's getting a nice shower of misty water as they walk past, which was quite welcome in this heat. 69.18. Extension, and you can just see that's a very cobby trot. Lots of knee action, busy. Not quite the float that we expect from some of the other breeds, but a solid test and within the range that he would expect with these super Welsh cobs. 6 3/7s and a 7.5 for the driver. 8s for the overall impression. Yes, they're united in that, lots of 8s. 3 10th places overall, an 11th and a 9th. So probably as close as we've had for 1 or 2 tests for the judges, united in their feelings of that. But the total for that one, 66.29, puts them into 10th place at the moment. Super slow motion close-up shots of the rein handling. Those fingers having to move independently. If you're taking up driving, or if you want to go from driving a single or a pair where you have 2 reins to progress to tandem or even team, or one of the 3 abreast or a pickaxe or whichever configuration, random, tandem, whatever you want to do, one of the best ways to improve the dexterity of your hands is to do the exercises where you move your fingers, you make V's in between your fingers and make sure that your fingers can move independently of each other, so that it becomes second nature when you're picking up loops. And that was a great shot just then of the fingers going over and above the reins, hooking in. The bigger the horses are, the more loops you will take. If you're driving smaller ponies, you can tilt your hands or just put a finger under a rein. That has the same effect as a big loop. But the rein handling, absolutely key to what happens. Confirmation there of the results. All these lovely Pretoria Welsh cobs, 66.29, 10th position for Jaroslav Juran, with these bloodlines that go back to 2 very, very famous Welsh shires, Nebo Black Magic and Nebo Brennan. One more to go on this second tranche of drivers, and it's one of the biggest names here in Protoni, Christoph Sandmann. His daughter Anna also competing, train closely with Boyd as well, and host the Laden event, which is very popular on the circuit. He's been competing for many, many years, was the top FEI driver in 2002. Competed at World Championships, bronze in 1992, 2006, silver in 2002. Has competed at many WEGs. In fact, it's thought that probably Eisbrand and then Christoph between them has competed at more equestrian games than anybody else. So Christoph has been there 90, 94, 98, 2002, 06, 10, 14 and 18, and wouldn't it be lovely if he can be there in 2026 in Aachen. Been on many gold medal winning teams as well for the Germans. 92 in Riesenbeck, Den Haag, and 94 Aachen 2006, and also several silver medal winning teams this year. He was 4th at Kronenberg in Holland in April, 5th at Laden in May. That came just after Royal Windsor. And he also went into the Czech Republic to Piscine and Dij, where he was 7th, took up the sport when he was 15, began competing at 18. And in between driving and running events, he also is the owner of a big transport company, Sandmann Transport. They do logistics as well. A very, very long list on his biography of events, medals, achievements. And there's Boyd smiling in the background. That confirms the association they all have together. Already the quality of these horses outstanding. And what a job it must have been for those German team selectors to have So many great drivers and these beautiful, trained, athletic, quality horses to choose from. I'm sure there were lots of meetings and discussions. Stallions and Geldings here, all KWPNs. 8, 10, 14 and 16 are the ages. Sevens, 26.5, 7.5. One would expect these marks to be up there, yeah, dipping into the 40s. This could be our first test in the 40s. That would be the expectation. Interesting, the stories behind some of these horses, the breeding, two really key sires in the Dutch breeding plains, Liberator, the Hackney, Manu, or Manu, depending on your pronunciation. Their influence and bloodlines extend really strongly through the Dutch breeding programme and the production of these harness horses bred for this job. Plains Liberator in particular is a great sire. One of his horses was in Dries de Griek's indoor winning team in Leipzig. I know the Bowmans are a fan of that breeding, and Plains Royalty in the United Kingdom, owned and shown by a gentleman called Neil Ray, probably the most successful driven show horse in the United Kingdom at the moment. He's won 4 or 5 Harness Horse of the Year titles, pretty much unbeaten. So the Hackney bloodlines, the Hackney is a breed. I haven't spoken about it enough in driving terms, but of course so associated with the great Cynthia Hayden, Cynthia and Frank, who had the Hurstwood stud initially in Sussex and then moved up to the Cotswolds in Gloucestershire. And there will be many of you listening who were either prodigies of Cynthia and Frank or who have been influenced by them over the years. Frank was one of the early figures alongside Prince Philip, Bernard Mills, the great Jack Pemberton. All of them helped build this sport. They were the foundations of it. And the meetings to devise the first set of rules, a lot of them took place at the Hayden's base in the Cotswolds because their secretary, Annie Weber, was bilingual. And so it was quite important that she was able to translate a lot of what had been written by Max Pape and the Achenbach. It's all so interlinked. But again, their shadows still remain here in the modern sport of driving and their influence. Christoph Sandmann here in Svilsvarsvarad in the sunshine at the 26th FEI Driving World Championship for 4-in-hand. Still in the 40s. It's a good set of marks. 7.5s, an 8. That was from Elimar. For movement number 9, another 8. Yeah, 8s. Herman van der Bosch is really liking this test. He's marking this highly. He hasn't gone below a 7 for this. They're really impressing him. Very united, working evenly as a team. That's what's setting this test apart. It's got so much quality about it. The horses look light, they're making it look easy. Good head positions, holding themselves, this presence they have, the cadence of their paces. The moments in the air, the suspension, the strength of ballerinas, but with grace as well. That's what we want. That's what gets rewarded. That's what the breeding over the years of these warm bloods has produced. But that's only the start of it. There's the training, the skill, the thousands of hours, how they're kept, how they're fed, how they're shod, how they're vetted. That's a great big concoction to get to this point. Smooth transitions. Leader's just popped into draft there. That's it, that's better. Trace is bobbing again in front. I wonder how many dressage tests Christoph Sandmann has driven in his lifetime. But there's still pressure. There's still expectation. There's a great reputation to live up to. 48.74, good averaging here. We would expect him to go in front after this test. This is the last before we have our lunch break here in Hungary. We'll be back at 2:15 local time, but in the meantime, enjoy the last few moments of a very fine dressage test from Christoph Sandmann. Just lose your full steering capacity there because the reins have obviously got that clamp unifying them in the middle. Just trying to keep the horses focused there. Keep them in walk, which they've managed to do. We've watched a few teams anticipate. That's it. Just when those noses were coming before V, that's when he asked for the transition. 6s and 7s for these last few movements, but a good range of 8s through this. And let's see what he gets for this final movement. Very light in his hand. And a clear transition there, hats raised, and yes, of course, big German squad there, but the knowledgeable crowd, because that's what they are in Hungary, will recognise how great it is to have Christoph Sandmann driving here again. Now it's a first place for Bert Jamon. He's given that 170, a first place from Herman van der Bosch on 179. A second place for Barry Capstick on 163, a first for Elimar Thunar at R on 175.5, a third place for Yuri Kunat on 162, but that is more than enough. He had 2 10s for the overall impression, so those are our first 10s of this World Championship and 3 9s for the overall impression, and that brought the penalty score down to 46. It was bobbing along at 48, but those really fantastic 2 final sets of marks, 8, 8.59, 8.5 and 7, then 3 9s and 2 10s for the last 2 categories for the athlete and for the overall impression. They brought that down to 46.85, so that's 46.85. Charges in front on the leaderboard. Christoph Sandmann as an individual for Germany. His daughter Anna will be third to go this afternoon, but what a joy to watch that test from one of the masters in this sport. Confirmation there of that ranking and the mark 46.85. Job done. Beautiful horses. Lovely paces, clear transitions. That's what it takes. A very, very good score for him. There will be better marks in the course of the event, but that's ahead by a country mile at the moment. Confirmation of our standings as we round off the second session here in Szilvásvárad. Christoph Sandmann out in front, ahead of Kustrond. And the two Hungarians bringing up the rear, and the Galbach is in 8th and 9th at the moment. But thank you very much for joining us here in Hungary. We are well underway at the World Championship for four in hand. There will be a break until 2:15 local time, when we will bring you some more big names, which include Anna Sandmann, we've just watched her father go, Jimmy Fairclough for the United States, how fantastic to have him back driving, Benjamin Eo for France, the second of their team members to go, and of course there'll be deep crowds and lots of support for Joseph Dobrovic Sr., who will be rounding off the day's action. And there's some famous Hungarian faces in the crowds there. Who are all going to be filtering down to the lunch spots round and about. There's so much going on here. But in the meantime, enjoy the break. You can just see the water sprinkling, the spray coming out the back, keeping the dust down on the warm-up arena. There we go, the water fountains on this hot, hot day here in Hungary. Thank you so much for joining us. I look forward to bringing you more of the action this afternoon. Take care.
inside my face will never bleed. Every time you try to fix me, I know you never find that missing piece. And when you cry and say you miss me, I lie and tell you that I never leave. I don't wanna sacrifice for your love. I try. I don't wanna sacrifice, but I love my time. I was born in a city where the winter nights don't ever sleep. So this life's always with me, as inside my face will never bleed. I sacrifice your love for more of the night. I try to put up a fight, can tie me down. Hold you through the toughest parts when you feel like it's the end. 'Cause life is still worth living. Your life is still worth living. I can break you down and pick you up and fight like we are friends. But don't be catching feelings. Don't be catching feelings.
Something's got a hold on me lately. No, I don't know myself anymore. Feels like the walls are all closing in, and the devil's knocking at my door. Whoa, out of my mind. How many times did I tell you I'm no good at being alone? Yeah, it's taking a toll on me. Trying my best to keep from tearing the skin off my bones. Don't you know I lose control when you're not next to me? I'm falling apart right in front of you. Can't you see? I lose control when still together, still going strong. You're still the one I run to, the one that I belong to. You're still the one I want for life. You're still the one that I love, the only one I dream. Oh, you're still the one I kiss goodnight. Ain't nothing better. We beat the odds together. Glad we didn't listen. Look at what we would be missing. They said that I bet they'll never make it, but just look at us holding on. We're still together, still going strong. You're still the one I run to, the one that I belong to. You're still the one I want for life. You're still the one that I love, the only one I dream. Oh, you're still the one I kiss goodnight. Still the one. You're still the one I run to, the one that I belong to. You're still the one I want for life. You're still the one that I love, the only one I dream. Oh, you're still the one I kiss goodnight. I'm so glad we made it. Look how far we've come, my baby. If you leave me, God rest my soul. If you stay here, I'm no better off. Baby, me 6 feet down below, but I'll be smiling when I go. Damned if I do, damned if I don't. She looked at me and I sold my soul. She's the devil. She's the devil in a dress. I'm in purple. She ripped my heart right out my chest. I would give my life for one more kiss from the devil. She's the devil in a dress. And I love it, love it, love it. Oh, I love it, love it, love it. And I love it, love it, love it. She's the devil in a dress. Them pearly gates and streets of gold. I won't make it. I'm out of control. How will you love like a blindfold? And truth be told, I sold my soul to the devil. She's the devil in a dress. I'm in peril. She ripped my heart right out my chest. I would give my life for one more kiss from the devil. She's the devil in a dress. And I love it, love it, love it. Oh, I love it, love it, love it. And I love it, love it, love it. She's the devil in a dress. I would give my life for one more kiss. I'm a man in pain. I'm a massive case. She's the devil. She's the devil in a dress. I'm in peril. She ripped my heart right out my chest. And I would give my life for one more kiss hold me close. Don't patronize. Don't patronize. 'Cause I can't make you love me if you don't. And you can't make your heart feel something it won't. Here in the dark, in this final hour, I will lay down my heart, and I feel the power, but you won't. I'll close my eyes so I cannot see the love that you don't feel when you're holding me. Morning will come and I'll do what's right. Just give me till then to give up this fight. I will give up this fight. 'Cause I can't make you love me if you don't. And you can't make your heart feel something it won't. Here in the dark, in this final hour, I will lay down my heart, and I feel the power, but you won't. No, you won't. 'Cause I can't make you love me if you don't. And you can't make your heart feel something it won't. Here in the dark, in this final hour, I will lay down my heart, and I feel the power, but you won't. 'Cause I can't make you love me if you don't. Got your crown on my shoulder, and I know better than to listen. Just because you're staying over doesn't mean that you're forgiving. We both know what you done, what you done. Don't love anyone, anyone, anyone but yourself. Oh, just when I think I find the strength to go and push you away, away. I pull you in again, though I'm such a sucker for the pain, 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 baby. I'm helpless, baby. Poison in your hands, bound like I'm handsome. You're tall, dark, and I'm handsome. Grab something new but old fashioned. Lucky me, I get to be your man. Things don't go as planned. Oh no, but who gon' save you like I can? Ain't gotta call 911. You can hit me up. Girl, you know I'm the one. Whenever you need something, in an emergency, or when you just can't sleep, I'll slide through for you with that urgency. Right away, right away, right away, right away, right away. Right now, right now, right away, when your back's against the wall, baby, you know who to call. Ain't gotta call 911. You can hit me up. Girl, you know I'm the one. Whenever you need something, in an emergency, or when you just can't sleep, when you just can't sleep, I'll slide through for you with that urgency. there's no one around. It's like learning how to feel when the drugs run out. You can see my scars, cause I'm wearing them proud. Even with my broken parts, I feel better now. If I could crawl in the mind and give any advice to my younger self, find something you can hold on to. Find someone who'll be there for you. Cause that's all that really matters in the end. Find somewhere you can come home to. Find someone that'll die for you. Cause that's all that really matters in the end. It's love, love, love. Cause it's all that really matters in the end. Cause it's all that really matters in the end. It's hard to tell the truth when you lie to yourself. Always give too much of you to someone else. I'm talking to you now like we're old friends. It'll never be too late to start again. Find something you can hold on to. Find someone who'll be there for you. Cause that's all that really matters in the end. Find somewhere you can come home to. Find someone that'll die for you. Cause that's all that really matters in the end. It's love, love, love. Cause that's all that really matters in the end. Find something you can hold on to. Find someone who'll be there for you. Cause that's all that really matters in the end. Find somewhere you can come home to. Find someone that'll die for you. Cause that's all that really matters in the end. It's love, love, love. Love, love, love. Because that's all that really matters in the end. It's love, love, love. Love, love, love. It's all that really matters in the end. Cause it's all that really matters in the end. street last night, watching strangers pass me by. Where do all our shadows go? I guess some things I'll never know. I can fool my senses for a little while, but some things are too hard to reconcile. When I look into your eyes, there's no answers I can find. It's a feeling that I've never known. When I'm wide awake tonight, running circles in my mind, there's an answer I can't find. When did your heart let me go? I guess some things I'll never know. I guess some things I'll never know. I'm running out of avenues, 'cause every road leads back to you. When memories fade, where do they go? I guess some things I'll never know. I could fool my senses for a little while, but some things are too hard to reconcile. Oh, when I look into your eyes, there's no answers I can find. It's a feeling that I've never known. When I'm wide awake tonight, running circles in my mind, there's an answer I can't find. When did your heart let me go? Guess some things I'll never know. Guess some things I'll never know. Ooh. Did I turn over every stone? Am I still there when your eyes close? When did your heart let me go? Guess some things I'll never know.
Please don't make promises that you can't keep. Your best intentions end up hurting me. No matter what, I'll love you endlessly. I know we're blood, but this love is bad for me. I can't tell you what I wanna say, 'cause I'm afraid that you won't change. Sometimes I just wanna scream in your face, but when you're in pain, just walk away. And my therapist told me to write you a letter. She said if I did, it would make me feel better, but it wouldn't do shit even if I sent it, 'cause you won't get it. You're too damn selfish. Please don't make promises that you can't keep. Your best intentions end up hurting me. No matter what, I love you endlessly, but I gotta run from your
days like you can only think as far as you can see. 18 tatted up trying to sell weed, knowing I'd take the fall for the whole team. Wasn't trying to hear it every time that you told me. It's the sound of the rain coming down when you fall asleep. It's a call from a friend that you love but never get to see. All the time you could waste trying to chase what you never need. Hope you come back around the simple things. How's it been 4 or 5 years since I got down on my knees? And how could I forget the sweet smell of the honeysuckles in the breeze? Would've never thought trying to chase this dream would give me nightmares. Now I get no sleep. Nowadays seems like the only thing that calms me is the sound of the rain coming down when you fall asleep. It's a call from a friend that you love but never get to see. All the time you can waste trying to chase what you'll never need. Always comes back around the simple things, like a song that you know from the past coming on when you need it so bad. Like a drink in your glass at the end of the day that you needed to have. Yeah, I try and still sometimes I'm missing you. Lately I've been asking myself what's enough. It's the sound of the rain coming down when you fall asleep. It's a call from a friend that you love but never get to see. All the time you can wait, trying to chase what you'll never need. Always comes back around a simple thing. Simple thing. It's a slow burn down to the truth. If I have a drink, I know I gotta see the bottle do. It's a hard-earned lesson or two. There's a laundry list of all the shit that I'm addicted to. I'm running, I'm running again, run out of my skin. I'm going through something. I'm running, I'm running again. You know how I get. The war inside my head. When the lights go down and no one's around, only one way out. Gotta face myself when I'm in the clouds and it all goes south. When I hit the ground, gotta face myself.
Every lie I told myself, I'm flawed in every way. Is it something they could love in me enough to make them stay? I'm so misunderstood these days. I think I lost my way. No getting back the love I gave. It's the price I had to pay. I'm running, I'm running again, run out of my skin. I'm going through something. Running, I'm running again, you know how I get. The war inside my head. When the lights go down and no one's around, only one way out, gotta face myself. When I'm
Négyes fogathajtó világbajnoksági célvásárra a Lovas Központban, hölgyeim és uraim, a világbajnokság első versenynapja. Jó pár versenyzőt látunk, és az innen egy német versenyző Sandmann 40 a legeszető 800 volt a második hajtó jelenleg szerint. Utána a csapatok 50,91 volt a harmadik most, mivel a Brauchle 52-74-tel tagja a csapatnak jelenleg. A hollandok ellenkezőjén németek a második franciák vezetők, utána a magyar csapat, Belgium, Romania és Czech, és van már három előtt, nem látás versenyzői, Ausztrália, az Egyesült Államok, illetve Lengyelország.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to see the last part of the start list of our World Drivers. This is the part of the Dressage for the World Championship for Drivers. This meeting is represented by leaders in India. Let's take a look at the stars in the middle of the arena. These are significant people all around us. Enjoy to the balance between the payload and passenger carrying capability. Seating for 205, seating for 205, ready to tackle trails, twisty lanes, and ease. With a choice of trims and accessories to adapt to your exact needs. That's just a little description of those cars we can see by Ineos Nadia. Thank you so much for being part of the championship. And we will continue with the last part. More world class drivers are getting ready for more arenas. And currently in the lead is Sandmann with his best score of 46.78 penalty points. Right behind there is of Netherlands, 51.91, and Brauchle, the German driver, was winning by 52.77 penalty. At the moment, and in the team qualification, the last qualification, the Netherlands is still the lead, 51.91. So we will continue with the last part of the start list. This will be the next one. We'll open this part of the day with Dressage test. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Let's try to see it again. We'll continue in a few minutes. Back in the arena, again, another one. also be in the team of the Netherlands. So our judges are back in their seats, and we are about to see at the short part of the dressage square, John and
And a very good afternoon if you are joining us from wherever in the world you are watching. Welcome back to Szilvásvárad in Hungary. We are set. Look at the beautiful, beautiful pictures on the screen in the heart of the Buk Mountains. We're just nestled into a valley here in this wonderful stadium, which is at the heart of the town, the Szilvásvári Lovas Stadion. And there's all sorts going on around the back. You can just see those horses warming up in the warm-up arena, and we've got our commentary tower. That is the wooden tower sort of to the right of your screens, and there's shops, there's stalls, there's masses going on along the outside walls. But it's been a great morning so far on day one of dressage. Christoph Sandmann, the great man, he put down a great dressage test. 46.78 was his score. Kusterond leading the charge for another Dutch medal, and he's sitting currently in second place, 51.91. So those are the standings at the moment. We've had several of our Hungarian competitors forward. For the team first to go was Joseph Dobrovic Jr. He is currently sitting in 6th place. Each team of 3, but because Hungary are the host nation, they were given the option of having another 6 places, which they took. And without much further ado, on we go with the afternoon session. We've had 3, well, we're on our 3rd now. And this is Hans Huys for the Netherlands. He is here as an individual, another country that is always able to field a strong squad. Those are his horses, Balsa Jr., Donald Duck, great names here. And in the dressage, we've got Hurricane and Noble Note as well. All Dutch warmbloods, KWPNs. Noble Note is a youngster by these standards. He's 6, and then Balsa Jr., less junior these days, is now 18. All geldings. Donald Duck, very experienced German-bred horse he is. Has been owned and driven by George von Steen as well. We will still see him later on in the event. Hans achieved a 30th position in Pretonia at the World Championships outside Rome 2 years ago in 2022, 27th in the dressage. His score that day was 61.90. This year he has competed at the Royal Windsor Horse Show in early May in England, where he was 14th at the Grand Prix there. He's also been in Piscini Nadic, and he was 12th there and 19th in Exlou. When not driving, he has been an inspector of animal welfare as well. To remind you of our judges, the ground jury president for Belgium is Bert Jambon. So he's sitting at C. At V, Barry Capstick. And representing Ireland. At P, Yuri Kunat for the Czech Republic. At S, Herman van den Bosch for the Netherlands. And at R, the foreign judge, Elimar Thunert at R, he's for Germany. Interestingly, had a chance to talk to Barry during the break, and he was saying, he and Yuri have been discussing it, that when you're sitting at V and P, the way the movements are designed on this particular test, he said, I don't really ever get a good lateral view of the horses, that everything's happening as it comes towards me at those judging points. He really enjoyed Michael Brauchle's test early. He said the horses were working very well. He said a lot of the time they probably were working more like two pairs than actual units, but he said they did everything that was asked of them and more. So he rated that test this morning. So interesting to just share a little bit of feedback from the judges. Break there into canter. It's a lovely hand canter, but it's not what is wanted in a driven dressage test here today. Fours, 4.5s, yes, an acknowledgement of that break of pace for the last movement from all the judges, pretty united on that. Barry said what he was really looking for was just the horses using their quarters and their shoulders properly, and how that translates down into the legs and the differentiation between the ground cover, and he said he really likes that moment of suspension in the air. So that's hot off the press for what Barry is rewarding and looking for in his position at V. But they've been pretty much on a par with each other, the judges, so far today. Quality will always be rewarded, making it look easy. That's the idea. So that total on the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, that is just the running average at the moment. So that gives you an idea of where they are in relation to the other drivers. At the moment, he's going to be pretty much level pegging with Simon Sandor Tot, who was our first Hungarian individual to go this morning. And then, of course, we had young Peter Joas driving in his smart military uniform at a tender age and just representing the nation for the first time at Horsefall's level, although he has been driving for many years despite his tender age. And that right-hand wheeler is just not making life easy for Hans today. He's enjoying his cantering. The arena was harrowed in between the sessions, so all previous marks have been gone, disappeared, cancelled. But still a bright, hot, sunny day. Not quite as hot as it was yesterday for the trot-up, even when the horses started coming down at 9:30 in the morning for the 10 o'clock start, as each squad came down in country order. It was very, very hot. There was a big crowd watching the trot-up. There's sort of bars and cafes and things along the side of the warm-up arena. And there were good crowds, but everyone just trying to find a shady spot because it's quite exposed here, despite the natural amphitheatre of those forested mountain hilly peaks around us. The sun is beating down. Currently about 29 degrees Celsius. Hans opting to drive his horses in breast collar harness. We've seen a mixture of full collars and breast collars. Most important, the fit of the harness. The horses aren't having to do any weight bearing or too much pulling in a situation like this, but the design of harness has not really changed much for the generations, the millennia, the centuries that the horse, and the draft horse in particular, has been used as a working animal. Just a little bit too much canter from that inside wheeler there. Head a bit uneven. Unfortunately, the eye just goes to that, and that lack of unity is being reflected in the marks. Quite a few 4s, 4.5s. Yeah, jogging there in the walk. Currently sitting at about 78.32 for an average, which will put him at the rear of the pack at the moment. Remains to be seen. He might get a little bit of a boost from the overall impression marks, but yeah, that darker horse there on the right-hand side just got his own agenda today. And Bert at sea raises his hat. A big smile at the end of it, and what a joy to see. 6.5, 7s for those last two marks. 22 movements. We've got halts, free walks, reinbacks, collected extended trots, working trots. Reins in one hand, reins in two hands. There's really nowhere to hide. You've got 5 judges scrutinising you at that point. So yes, those end marks, 7s and 8s, 1 7, 3 8s and 8.5, that raised the total, therefore dropped the overall penalty score. So I would think that puts him into penultimate position at the moment, which is 13th, 75.22. 75.22 for Hans Huys, with Balsa Junior, Donald Duck, Hurricane and Noble Note. That was the 4 of his 5 driving today. And who is 70, so great to see him here. We've had 73-year-old Laszlo Zsuas, who was our test driver this morning. Age is no barrier in driving, and no greater exponent at that than the late Prince Philip. All that he did for this wonderful sport back in the early days. You see there his right hand going onto the wheel reins. That's interesting because they're the ones who should be propelling the vehicle back. When you don't have your britching on, it is proportionately a little bit harder to get a rein back. If you've got that britching seat on that goes between the dock and the hock, which sits around the course's conformation there, 75.22. Yeah, 118 up to 139. Quite a range, probably the biggest range. Yes, so you're pulling back from the pole straps. So that motion has to go down through the central pole, makes it quite a bit harder than if you're doing it, say, as a single with the britching and the shafts. And making sure you would obviously have your turntable brake on then to try and prevent the back end of the carriage flipping out or jackknifing. Next in, another individual for Hungary. And just getting a preview of him, that's István Vacsi. And you've probably already guessed it, we have more Lipizzaners in Citato, 3 Neapolitanos and a Siglavi in his squad. For the test, he's got 3 stallions, 9, 9 and 10, and a 7-year-old gelding. As he comes down. one would guess that the younger horse is probably the darker one. They are born black or very dark bay or sort of a dark grey roan, and then they get lighter as years go on. And there we go, confirmation of those famous prefixes. And another team which is competing on home soil from here at the State Stud. So again, one would assume a lot of relaxation, even though this is probably the arena they work in most days. There's a lot more going on. There's the flags up, the 4x4s, big books on phaetons and all sorts of things going on out there. Lots of flowers. So it does look a little bit different from how it does day to day, although this is a really key competition venue. Chatting to the ring announcers just now, who both work here quite regularly. There's a lot of show jumping competitions and things, so, and dressage, so this is a well-known competition centre, as one would expect for the nation. So the wheel width, sort of from outside to outside rim of those back wheels, the minimum width is 158 centimetres. When we get onto the marathon, all vehicles across the classification, so be it from a single pony up to the horse fours, that's 125, and that's been standardised to if they're all using the same obstacles at an event. But here it does change for dressage. The pony single and horse single are 138, as are a pony pair. Horse pair is 148, pony four in hand is 138, and then the wider ones are the horse fours, as we're seeing here. So that's, you can go wider, but it gets a bit interesting when you start doing your cones round. You want to stick to that minimum width, a requirement that you have four wheels on your carriage. And the reason that that is a rule is back in the very, very early days of driving, the British Crown Equerry to the royal household, Colonel Sir John Miller, who was a member of that gold medal winning team at the very first World Championship in Munster, alongside Douglas Nicholson, he finished one of his early events with a sapling because he'd lost one of the wooden wheels on whatever antique carriage from the Mews he would have been using. So quite quickly, in one of the early revisions of the rules, it was designated that the turnout had to finish with four wheels on the carriage. The only time where you are permitted in the ruling to use two is if you are driving a horse single or a pony single, although nowadays pretty much everyone will have the four-wheeled vehicle, certainly at this sort of level of competition. They are not required to wear breeching on days like these because they do have brakes on their carriage. However, if there are no brakes on the carriage, then that braking system on the harness has to be used. Marks are 6, 6.5, a few 7s. That's pretty much the average. The judges don't seem to be too far out from each other at the moment. For István Vacsi, for Hungary as an individual, running total about 61 just now. Great to have these figures from the crew here. There's a very big team, as you can imagine, behind the scenes here. We've got international stewards, who our chief steward is from Belgium. That's Jan Dvarin. He's joined by the likes of Camille Eslam, who was actually adjudicating at the Olympics. She brought in some of the medal winners for the ridden side of it, and another gentleman who was very much involved in the Olympics, who's a key figure here in Hungary for this event, is Karoli Fugoli, and he was one of the show jumping judges in Paris, and until really quite recently he was chair of the driving technical committee, so they're really in charge of the rule making So average coming down, marks improving a little bit. 61 the working average at the moment, 5s and 6s for these middle movements in the test. This is pretty much the same team that he competed with in Exlo at the European Championships a year ago. He was also in Protoni. His dressage score then was 70.69, and in 2002, going back a bit, he was in the 5th place team at the World Equestrian Games in Jerez. Came over to the Royal Windsor Horse Show, and this is quite an important connection between the stud here at Svilsvassvarad and Royal Windsor. Matt Power, who's the head coachman there, he's currently looking after 2 Lipizzaners which were gifted to the royal household, actually initially when the Queen was still around. And Matt's driving them at the moment. He drives quite a lot of the grey Hungarians. A lot of them are used at the Mews now as the greys, based in central London behind Buckingham Palace and at Windsor Castle. Most of the operations coming from Windsor Castle now. But the stud's really proud of its strong association with the British royal family, which all goes back to those early days when Prince Philip was rubbing shoulders with the legends and made it his business to come out here whenever he could and learn from the masters of the working horse and the sport horse and their harnessing and all sorts of things. So it's in the rules that the arena must be 100 metres long for a championship. At other events, it can be, for the horse fours, 80. And it is 80 by 40 for the other classes. An athlete has 90 seconds to enter the arena after the bell, and it's all these rules must be known by the judge at sea, the president of the jury. They have to ring bells and things if anyone makes a mistake. And of course, there will be good support from the home crowd. The numbers on the screen are darting around at the moment as those final marks come in from our 5 judges. A 9 and an 8, more 8s, yes, 4 8s and a 9. Oh, it's gone up to an 8.5, one of them. Both, the judge has somebody writing down the marks an old-fashioned way, so people have their test sheets to look at, and gosh, aren't they valuable bits of paper. And then we've got the live scoring that we're able to share with you, is coming through on these screens of each individual mark. And confirmation that we end on 62.23, 62.23. That's current position of 11th for Istvan Vatsi. Driving some homebred, home to here, Lipizzaners. And that B is the symbol that actually relates to the original state breeding centre for the Lipizzaners before they came here. But conveniently, I was learning earlier that because we are in the Buk Mountains, it's B-U-K-K, that letter B that pertained to another Hungarian place, which was very important in the history of the Lipizzaners here, actually conveniently fits in. So anybody that works here or is associated with the stud, somebody like David Sersi, who is the director, they all have this Very smart sort of gold logos on their outfits. Judges fairly even on that, 143.5. Our lowest mark from Barry at V, and 2 149s at R and P. But in terms of the disparity that you can sometimes see, an 8th, a 9th, 2 11ths and a 12th position in the context of what has gone before. So quoting from the rules, this is what we're looking for as Anna Sandmann is just warming up, and there you can see Boyd, who trains her quite regularly. He's on the ground there, giving her a little bit of last-minute coaching. It's quite incredible that he's able to be here contending for a record-breaking individual gold and doubling up as a trainer. One of Boyd's remarkable strengths, and there are many that have brought him through sheer determination as well as talent, extreme hard work and a smattering of luck on the way. There's the bell being rung at C, is this ability he has to know pretty much every horse. He has this encyclopedic knowledge of the horses, their strengths, their weaknesses, their breeding, who drives what. There he is, coaching Anna right down to that moment when she enters the arena. It's quite remarkable, just the depth and breadth of what he has put into driving. In fact, I think some of the horses that Anna's using actually belong to him. There's quite a bit of cross-pollination. Cobra, who is one of the horses here, she was formerly a Dobrowitz horse, then Emma Olsen drove him last year. He's actually a Romanian Lipizzaner, but he's not in this dressage team. Anna is driving 4 KWPNs. We've got Freddie Yu, Harley, Ewan van der Marto, Hoove Texel, and Max van der Het Rodland. Age 28. We saw her father produce a lovely test just before lunch. She's currently ranked 16th, but she's also an incredibly successful horse pairs driver. Confirmation of the 4 out of her pool of 5 that she's chosen from. Some mono breeding in this team as well. Very important sire. Now let's see where we're going. 7s and 7.5 so far. Normally really in the mix in the standings at the end of the dressage phase. She was 19th individually in Pretoni 2 years ago, but 4th after the dressage. She had a 42.52, a little bit off the mark in the marathon and cones 25 in both. 5th at the Europeans last year. She was 3rd in the dressage, 42.38, nothing if not consistent, 16th marathon, 14th cones. She has been on the European team and also done incredibly well at world level with the pairs. Drove pairs at Wettringen in Germany, 2nd and 3rd then. Laden, home event for her 7th horse pairs as well. 2nd at Kronenberg in April, 6th with the team at Laden, 2nd Piscini individual, and 8th at Exlu. So yes, a busy season for Anna Sandmann. 8s, yes, this probably could be the test that nudges her father off the top spot. One would expect that, and averaging at 42 at the moment, absolutely on song with how her form has been for the last 2 years. Quite a fine horse. Look how much space there is between the bottom of his ribs and the ground on that right-hand wheel. But they're very elegant. And as well as having this quite pronounced knee action, the judges will be looking for the ground coverage as well. It's about going forward as well as the time in the air. Good average, good average. This is looking good for Anna. 8s and 7.5s coming in. The judges are really enjoying this test, and rightly so. It's like they're on their tiptoes, ever so light on their feet. Average coming down to 40. Gosh, is she going to dip below 40? That's going to be quite something. The marks are getting stronger as the test goes on. 4 8s and a 7.5 for movement number 8. That was the one-handed circle. She's on her halt for 8 seconds. Very good halt. Super angle there, not a foot moved until they were, well, one assumes they were asked to move at that point. Lithe and in supremely good condition. A lovely covering over them, but you can see how fit and toned they are, really toned, like they've been in the gym. I'm sure all the drivers have their methods for training their horses, be it in harness or under saddle, long reins, on the lunge. There is the importance, we call it grid work nowadays, getting the horses to come over raised poles, different distances, making them more athletic, and that all helps to strengthen them across their backs, a bit like us doing planks and things to strengthen our core. And the stronger and more toned those backs are, it really helps the horse to have these beautiful, defined, clear paces. Certainly in trot. Walk, a walk is a walk. Not quite so much you can do to improve that, but there's a lot you can do with a trot. And when you've got the DNA, the breeding of these horses, they must be an absolute joy to school at home. All top of the class by the looks of things. If you start with good conformation, good breeding, you're several steps ahead. One-handed movement from her there, back at M. Very good average here. Is she going to dip into the 30s? I'm sure there'll be some pretty strong overall impression marks at the end, but she's still 7s, 8, 7.5. Horses just organising themselves. Yeah, that's not quite of the standard of the rest of the movements, but it'd be interesting to see where, yes, it was a little bit disjointed. They didn't work as a unit then, so her lowest set of marks for the rein back, 5, 5.5, 2 6s and a 7. Let's hope she's able to move on from that. That is the glory of a dressage test when you've got 22 separate movements, as you can put perhaps your bogey movement behind you a bit more easily. Using the whip there just to have a little touch. That's permitted, it's as long as that hand doesn't go back on the rein. Yes, her average just has come back up a bit after that rein back. 7s and 7.5s. Into the walk. Shot of the brakes there, the two front and back pedals, and then a little bit of a hold over that turntable as well. Now the shot that we're getting head on, that's sort of what they're seeing at V and P. Obviously Bert gets the rear view. Yes, that was a little bit of a scrappy movement. You could see it looked like the leaders were having a little bicker at that moment. So 4 6s and a 6.5. Yeah, the judges saw that. But one would assume, and now that's a lovely trot, particularly, yeah, that moment, and the wheelers working just as well, giving themselves plenty of room to extend. Yeah, those last few movements, she did have some fantastic scores. It looked at one point as if she might even dip below 40, but she'll get some good marks for her driving. We've got 8, 2 8.5s and a 9. 3 10s, a 9 and a 9.5. Oh, she's so nearly. 40.86, 40.86 for Anna Sandmann. That's a tremendous mark. Oh, they've changed again. Right, we can now say 40.99. These numbers, it's like on a ticker tape. They change and roll in front of me. So 40.99, yeah. Good dressage. Just 1 or 2 movements that rein back and the free walk. She was so nearly there to get a 30-something, but great job from Anna Sandmann. So she knocks her father off the top spot, but I'm sure he's fine with that, and puts a big gap between her and him. So she's on 40.99. Imagine knocking Christoph Sandmann, your dad, down to second place. He's on 46.78. Kusterond sitting on 51.91. Michael Brauchle, another big name there, in fourth, 52.77. Rennie Podsgen, who had this lovely test earlier. The judges said it was the first one that really made them sit up and watch this morning. 57.10. Maxime Marikov of France, 57.30. His teammate will be in quite soon. Benjamin Ayer. Good shots there of all the things you have to think about when you're on a carriage driving.
He is 5-time competitor World Championship and also European Championship 5 times as well. And he's a medalist for Austrian Championship with his horses in the team. And here in Switzerland, he is coming forward together with Seymour. That means reach really. Also, finds the last of the team, which never will matter. Their driver, the uniform driver.
Next in for Austria, this is Christian Schogelhofer, based to the west of Vienna. It was hoped the Austrians would be able to bring a team to Hungary. In fact, Daniel Schneiders and Erwin Gillinger were due to be here as well, but with 2 of the 3 pulling out, Austria now has just the 1 individual forward. Elsa and Katja on the back there for all 3 phases. For the dressage, he's using Kippo, Fenrich Philippe, and Maestoso is in there, Maestoso Marshall, Touchstone Maverick, ranging in age from 8 to 17. There's also a 6-year-old Siglavi horse who will be in for the marathon and cones. So quite a mixed team here for the breeds. by and large, in order to match them and get the way of going paces, head carriage types, people tend to stick with one breed or certainly type. So unusual to find this, but a lovely showcase for the various breeds. Touchstone Maverick, 8-year-old, he's a Dutch Hackney. Sire is Sir Ari. And we've got some Lipizzaners in here as well. Hungarian sports horse and an Austrian warm blood, so it's a very international, diplomatic team. He was also in Exlu for the European Championships last year. And most recently competed at Pieperkolflach, which was the last main event before coming here to Hungary. Owns and runs stables, coaches, riders, trains horses. Competed in Horse Pairs World Championship in Kecskemét. Currently ranked 36, averaging at 61.71. Marks coming from the judges, 5.5s, mainly 6s, a few 7s, 6.5s. Judges fairly in alignment on this one so far. Still a very warm afternoon. Should get a little bit cooler for the marathons on Saturday. 8-second halt, halfway point in the test. Movement number 10, then on to a free walk. And that is quite a challenging movement or transition because you haven't got the boards to help certainly keep those outside horses straight. You're right in the middle of the arena, and sometimes it's easier to move off straight if you're going forward into trot, whereas to keep them straight and not put a leg laterally or move to the side a bit, not so easy when you're right in the middle of the arena there. Averaging 60, 61-ish on the running totals. 4.5 for that last movement. The free walk from Bert, 5.5s from the rest of the judges. They'll be wanting to see that the horses are nice and quiet in their mouths. There's not too much opening or fiddling with the jaws. As soon as you see that, it means there's just a little bit of resistance. The line of contact is not quite so good or pure. So back into one of the one-handed movements. And hands back on both reins for M. So this is the loop to the left 20 meters and then a loop to the right. So it's like a squashed S at that C end of the arena. And then on to the centre line for the halt and rein back. Again, you're very exposed in that middle of the arena. Only Bert can see the side view. The others are either looking at the front or the back. That was smarter with the leaders sitting just in front of the wheelers there, but a little bit of resistance through their mouths in this test. 6s all the way through for that working trot half loop. Reins in one hand. Movement 19.6s, 5.5. So that's pretty much where it's been. A few 7s in the test. Judges not too far off each other. But we do have a new running leader at the moment, Anna Sandmann, who's just been in here, individual for Germany. And lying in second place, Christoph Sandmann, also driving individually for Germany. As for Austria, Christian Schugelhofer comes towards the end of his test. Turn onto the centre line. And that movement between V, K, A to D, that's collected. And then at D, so that bottom middle marker, that's when you ask for your extension. The rhythm should be the same between your trots. It's the lengthening of the stride. The impulsion used in a slightly different way from the collection. And there we have some Austrian fans as well. Last few marks coming in, 8s, 4.8s and 8.5 for overall impression, which is appearance of athletes and grooms, correctness, cleanliness, harmonising of the harness and carriage, fitness, matching condition of the horses, balance, picture of the complete turnout, the harmony between the horses and the athletes. It's like macrame, isn't it? The lacing and the plaiting and the knotting. Looks like we have a final total of 61.30, which is enough to put him into 11th place as we are proceeding through our final session of day 1 of the 26th FEI Driving World Championship for 4 in hand. The very first one was held in Munster in Germany in 1972. The Brits won it, Sir John Miller, Douglas Nicholson. They also won it the following time it was held in 1974 in Switzerland. Frauenfeld, George Bowman, the great George Bowman, Sir John Miller. And then in 1976, that's when the Hungarians really came to the fore. Imre Bojny, Georgi Bardos, Sandor Fulop. And what a team, what a set of drivers they were for Hungary. Confirmation now for you of those judges' marks, range from 144 up to 152. Total 61.30 and 11th place for our only Austrian driver. Now, I know there's Americans tuning in at the moment as another one of our greats comes forward, just warming up his horses. It is Jimmy Fairclough, who really doesn't need much of an introduction. This is one of America's most successful drivers, really held up in such high esteem, not just in the States, Looks like Chester's there on the ground, giving him a few last tips. I was lucky enough to see these horses being driven in Florida in February. Whilst Gloria Austin was still alive at Live Oaks in Florida. A wonderful place there with the carriage collection. My goodness, so much was done by Gloria for driving, not just in the States, but all over the place. Chester on the ground there. Jimmy's actually got one of his horses in the team. Again, some great breeding here. We've got Mano breeding, Plains Liberator, lots of Mano. And look at this, winning a World Championship back in 1980. World Equestrian Games, team golds. So much that Jimmy has done for driving, and I know there'll be some whooping and cheering going on in the States. Just to have him back competing at a World Championship again. He was a member of the gold medal winning team alongside Chester Webber and Misty Wrigley Miller at the 2018 Tryon World Equestrian Games. The last time a full WEG was held, but we're hoping that we're going to have one again before too long. The team was also in silver medal position at the Kentucky Horse Park in Lexington. WEG there in 2010, and again a silver in Jerez. His last World Championship was in Breda, where the team was 6th, and back on the podium in Riesenbeck, Germany in 2012. But look at this, going back to competing in the World Championship in Windsor in 1980. Incredible. 82, 96. What great service Jimmy Fairclough has given to the sport of four-in-hand driving. From Newton in New Jersey, he's got Celine Faber and Charlotte Mancy-Clark on the carriage with him in their livery with the top hats. Jimmy wearing a grey top hat. At the moment, the same combination of horses being used in all three phases, ranging from 8 to 18. Big rangy KWPNs. 5.5, 6, a few 7s. Quite something logistically for Chester and Jimmy to be able to compete here. Their horses were in Florida in February, and then they had to bring them over to Europe. Chester's team came over in time for him to compete at Royal Windsor. He's based for the season in Germany, up in the north, sort of in the heart of driving country, not far from the Dutch border. And the horses have to be flown as freight or cargo. They're on cargo planes, and interestingly, some of the crew were saying yesterday that it's best for the horses when they're on one of the flower planes, because the temperature has to be kept really cool. You just noticed there was a break there from that right hand offside leader. It's frustrating. It was a very smart canter, but just not needed. Became a little bit unbalanced and threw in the transition. Halt there, 6s, 5.5s, few 7s at the moment. Total looking to be sort of 62, 63-ish. But with Jimmy driving again, it means that there is an American team. Chester had to compete as an individual in Protoni. So they weren't able to replicate their incredible success from 2018. Yeah, just not really establishing the walk there with that. Yeah, he knew M was coming and that he had to trot. He was just a little over enthusiastic, so that's been acknowledged. 4, 5 in those marks. It is the walk. You wouldn't think it, but the walk movements are often the hardest to earn decent marks on. 4 horses establishing a walk, nobody jogging, nobody anticipating, everybody staying straight. And of course, if you do have your reins buckled and clamped and they go in front of your hands, you just lose that final bit of dexterity over each rein. Nice paces from the near side leader. There's a little bit of unevenness with their heads. You just want them looking pretty much in alignment. It's easier to achieve if you've got very similar conformation heights, builds, types. Although the harness does hide a huge amount how different these horses look. What looks big in harness can actually be quite petite. Chester's horses in particular are actually quite small in their frames, but they do look like giants in the carriage. And a lot of it comes down to self-carriage, suspension, cadence, all that sort of thing, how fluently they work together. .5, 6, 6.5, that's where we're at for the marks at the moment. Let's see how the rein back goes. With a collar, they get a little bit of pressure on the top of the neck. And that has to translate down through the pole strap. It's the mechanics of a rein back with this sort of harness and turnout. A bit more challenging. Easier if you've got that breeching on in some ways. Another team in the full collars. Nod to one of the traditions of harness. We talk a lot about tradition, but don't forget we've got the Chesney reins and all the laced and plaited and fringed harness that's associated with this part of the world in Hungary. Not seeing any of that. I don't think we've seen a little bit of probably national dress in the grooms, but everyone really quite uniform. It's perfectly permissible for the grooms to wear attire that is appropriate to the carriage here. They're in what we call a livery. Leaders just not playing fair today, a little bit disorganised in front. To say, come on chaps, just take half a step to the boards. It's easier to square them up when you've got those buckles back in your hand. You can lift the whole thing. It just went a little bit flat at that point, but not easy. Collection here, and then on they go. This should be a good flourish for them down the centre line. Yeah, good shot of the natural action that they have. And the hat raised, the nod. Yes, that was interesting. Bert spotted that in the walk. He gave that a 3, as did Yuri. They had a bit of a view of that free walk, but he's been given some good final marks, 4 9s and an 8.5 for overall impression. 2 7s, 2 8s, and 8.5. So we'll just be able to bring you the total in a moment, just waiting for confirmation of the judge at P, his final total. And that looks like it is 60.37 for Jimmy Fairclough. But whatever the mark, however that test went for him, just so great to have him back here driving again. And a really big operation to get the horses over here to Europe. Not for the faint-hearted. I shudder to think of the costs of flying them all around. And life also has to go on at home. These guys have got businesses to run and things. It's so quite a range in placings from our judges. Barry Capstick had that in 6th place. That was interesting. Barry liked that test. That was 154 from him. We had 2 9th places from Elimar and Herman, 148.5 and 150.5. They were pretty much on the same page. Similar mark but different placing at C from Bert. That was 147.5 for him, which was a 10th. And this is where the rhythms and the patterns start to get interesting. The same mark from Jiri Kunat at P, at another 147.5, but that was a 13th. So the same mark for one judge can be a 10th, and for another judge can be a 13th. But tallying out an average, as you've just seen, 60.37, 11th place at the moment for Jimmy Fairclough. Next to go, the second member of the French team, Benjamin Ao, driving his Famoso Fez Fiasco, and Genio. And if you look at the sequence of the letters, we've got 4 Fs, so they're all 14, and the G for Genio, he's 13, so that indicates that the year they were all born, if you do the maths, 2010 it would be if they're 14 now, was the year of the F, and then perhaps the following year was the year of the G. 3 of the 4 Famoso Fez Fiasco being used in all phases, but we have Genio in here for the dressage. They are all Lusitanos, the breed that is so associated with Portugal. George Bowman back in the day used to drive them as well. He was a fan. They're very trainable. Benjamin would say he's done all sorts with these horses. They're used in his shows, his freedom displays, and train really well under saddle. Quite a different horse temperament type from the Arabo Frisians that he drove for a few years. He has been one of our international 4-in-hand drivers for a long time now. Achieved some great positions. He's also been a regular on the World Cup, the indoor circuit. Had an individual silver at the European Championships in 2019. Team were also 3rd. Been at 3 World Equestrian Games. He was 10th individually in Protoni, the last World Championship, 8th in the dressage. That was a 41.52. 13th marathon, 5th cones, and at the Europeans last year he was 13th in the dressage. That was a 56.84, which is more along the lines of what we're seeing in the marking this afternoon. But a very talented horseman. Always enjoyed horses from an early age. Got his first one when he was age 6, began taking riding lessons when he was 8, and turned professional when he was 15. Discovered driving in his late teens. He's also been an active member of the FEI's driving committee. He runs an international horse academy in France. Also worked as a coach in Luxembourg. He's lived over in the States, toured around Canada. Returned to France in 2012. Just an all-round horseman. Currently averaging about 59. Maxime, his teammate, earlier today finished on 57.30, so not a huge amount between them. A great quote here from their coach, Felix Marie Brasseur: horse riding, and by that we'll take driving as well, is the best way to educate a man. We'll also add women in and everyone else in between. The relationship between the horse and riders is the centre of everything. If you understand the horse, if you trust him, you can build up a strong relationship. Well, it is all about trust, and as part of that, communication, because in driving we do not touch our horses apart from occasionally with the end of the whip, and it is all about what's happening with those hands, the reins. It is about trust. That is an important word in driving. But particularly with horse fours, we say the horses are living their best lives. They're getting to do what they do comes naturally, which is being in a herd, working with their mates. Collection there for the 15-metre circle at sea, right in front of Bert at the top end of the arena, so he gets a bird's eye view of that one. Marks at the moment between 6 and 7 largely. Still bobbing along at about 58. They're quite compact horses in their conformation. They are very well matched, obviously, in type, colour. So it's a good, harmonious picture. Quite workmanlike horses, busy. Perhaps don't have that same cadence, the marks when you want to get up to more consistent 8s. There's just more of a pause almost. It's barely perceptible. From some of the other types of horses. Interesting to just look at how that whole angle changes over time as the technology has changed with the build of the carriages, particularly with the marathon carriages and those that are used indoors. And the hitch, where the traces are attached to the splinter bars at the front, much, much lower. They're almost coming down along the wheel horse's hocks, and a lot of that is so that the line of draft is more coming from the axle, pulling the wheels, not the halfway point of the carriage. Not really an issue, but the carriages that are working regularly on surfaces or on sand, there's a different requirement in how they're propelled along. If you think about the coaches and traditional vehicles, look at pictures of royal turnouts and all sorts of things, the bar was much higher, and often the pole was very long with a big swan end on it, the big elegant hook that the 3 team bars would hang off if you've got a standard 4 horses together, 4 in handle team. Yeah, movement 20, not like quite so much by the judges. The extension, there's not the definition with them. So that's why we've got 2 4s, a 5 and 2 6s. So if all goes well, see what this last extension gets. One would imagine that with this well-matched team, and it is a very elegant turnout visually, he will get a decent final set of marks. Salute. 7, 2 6s and 2 6.5s for the final movement. We've got 3 8s, a 7, waiting for one more mark to come in for the driver. That's 4 8s, so that takes him below 60. Just wait for the final mark at P to come in. Three 8.5s and 2 8s, so that was good. That's keeping Benjamin just below 60, and it looks like he ends on 58.10, which puts him into 8th place at the moment. He's sitting just behind Joseph Dobrovic, whose father we are just about to welcome in here. Interesting again, Yuri Kunat liked that test. For him, that was a 5th place test. Out of all we've seen today, 6160.5. For Herman and Barry at S and V, they had that in 8th place. 8th for them with 151 and 153. And Elimar and Bert had him on 9th on 149 and 151.5. So very interesting. Jiri Kunat rated that quite highly. The others a little bit more in agreement with each other. And a salute. Smile at the judge on your screens. Just have a look at those marks. You don't get the placings, that's what I get on my screen, but not so far. P a bit more highly rewarded than the others, but certainly C, R, S and V in agreement. 8th and 9th for them. As we wait for our last driver to come forward today, it's gone by very quickly. And I do hope you're enjoying the coverage where you are. So that gives us 2 team results and a score for France. I mean, it's all a bit theoretical at the moment because it pops them into first, but it's not really anything that we can rely on, but just an interesting statistic there. And these tests from Maxime and Benjamin, very similar. So we've seen his son already in today as that long reach. The training whip there just can't be taken in, so just handing that out. One of the mainstays for a very long time for the Hungarians. It is Joseph Dobrovic. What a horseman. What a driving career as he sets off on his dressage test. 56, also a grandfather, ranked 22 at the moment. KWPNs again, and a Conversano in there. So for dressage, we've got Conversano Camaras. And then we go to Dancer W, who's 16. Idaho H. If you follow the form and the horses, these names will be familiar to you. He's 11. And Nevada, he's a newer member of the team at 6. The Hungarians were 5th in Protoni 2 years ago. Joseph's dressage was 63.63. Good cones, which we expect with him. He's a very good cones driver, really consistent. A member of the gold medal winning team. The last time they took gold in Kecskemét 20 years ago, 2004. Been a team member bar a couple of events really since 1996. They won bronze in Beast in the Netherlands and then silver again in Breda in 2016. Very, very consistent. Many, many championships in Hungary over the years as well. Bronze team position. The World Equestrian Games in France in 2014. Yeah, really great. And of course, 20 years ago, that team gold. He was 7th individually. And up until 2020 was participant in lots of the World Cups. Quite a majestic pair of leaders. Next set quite high on, but what you're hoping for, not just that sort of vertical movement, you're hoping that you see the ground coverage as well, so it's about going up and forward. But Mark's looking actually very good at the moment. 7s, 6.5s. Another one that will be good on the marathon as well, and a mainstay for that final cones phase as well. All those shod feet, busy farriers all over the world. His son with a score of 57.44, currently in 7th, the highest placed Hungarian at the moment, but it's looking like Joseph will be exceeding that score. 6s and 7s, an occasional 1 5.5, but on the whole, a very poised test. The energy just about at the right point two good workers in the wheelers and two leaders with quite a presence about them. Well matched in front, very well matched actually. That just helps make the pretty picture. Nice markings on their legs as well. Going forward well into their breast collars. But plenty of energy as well. Very, very consistent all the way through. 6s and 7s, only one 5.5 that I can see. 51 roughly where we're at in the averages. This is a very good test. That was a smooth rein back. Sixes and 6.5s for that one. Into the one-handed movement. Which is collected initially and then onto the next movement where you have that short diagonal back to the side of the arena, joining up at H. Yeah, judges like that, 3 7s. That's where these horses do get these extra marks on those extension movements. Pretty good transition there. Now you want that clear 4 beat. Don't want that sort of 2 when they go into a jog or can't quite decide if they're walking or trotting. Now a little bit of a deviation there. I wonder if he was planning on going back to the at a different point. It's all right. He's back on track again. Almost was going across the arena. I wonder if the judges saw that. We do have the benefit of these fabulous camera angles, which have been brought to you by a very good crew here. Yes, the judges did spot that. 2 4s, a 5.5, 5 and a 6. What a shame, because actually the test has been so consistent until that point. There was just a wobble on that line. It was almost like he thought he was going back to a different letter, which is frustrating, because actually it had been a very consistent test until that point. Now, let's see if we're sitting at 53 at the moment, but it will come down when those other marks for overall impression of the driver come in, and a very big cheer as the draws are quite arbitrary, but it couldn't be more perfect that Joseph Dobrovic rounds off the action today. And a big smile. He's pleased with that. That just makes everything worthwhile. When you can leave an arena with a smile like that. Only that final walk, that was really the only weak point in what was otherwise a really good test for him. And that puts him into 3rd place, 51.38. He's gone ahead of Cousterond. Now this team medal battle is just starting to hot up a bit, because that's a very good score for the Hungarians. They will be thrilled with that. 51.38. He's sitting in 3rd overnight. Anna Sandmann still in front with her 40.99. Christoph Sandmann 46.78. But they are individuals. At this point, the teams for the next 3 drivers. Joseph Dobrovic, we've just seen a cracking test from him, 51.38. He's just in front of Cousterond, 51.93, who's just ahead of Michael Brauchle. So that's Hungary, the Netherlands, Germany at the moment. Confirmation for you, 51.38. A third position overnight for Joseph Dobrowitz. Absolutely job done for the Hungarians. Father and son have done brilliantly for them. Joseph Jr. earlier on today, 57.44. I hope they are pleased with that. They should be. And then Zoltan Lazar tomorrow afternoon. And what talent, what charisma, what a presence he always brings to any occasion. He is our final driver to go at the end of the second session. There you go, those marks. Nobody dipped into the 30s yet. I don't think we expected that today. Anna was so nearly there. Just that one walk for her that was, but in otherwise a beautiful test. Just the quality of her movements and her horses, always good. Quite a few sitting in the 60s and 2 in the 70s, Hans Huys and Simon Sandor Tot. We bring you another wonderful day of dressage tomorrow here from Schwilsvaartsverad, and then we will all be moving out onto the marathon course on Saturday morning to bring you the action from the course and the marathon. We have a warm-up section A. At the moment, there's quite a lot of debate going on about whether the times will be changed and perhaps a kilometre knocked off the course because it's going to be quite hot. It's sort of a lot of live and dynamic decision making, because we just need to make sure that the well-being of the horses, their welfare, is absolutely the top priority. Everyone's in total unity on that one. So there may be a few changes to certainly the times allowed over the marathon, but all the horses have regular checks. We had their fit to compete first inspection. They will have an in-harness inspection before they go out on the marathon as well. But it has been a glorious day, a gentle day, a classy day, a historic day here in Schwilsvaartsverad, and it's been an absolute pleasure to share the action with you. I'm Sarah Dance. I hope you've enjoyed it. I have thoroughly enjoyed sharing it with you, and I very, very much look forward to welcoming you back here on Friday, the 6th of September. We will have the first of our Polish drivers, Wisław Sadowski, and then the second driver to go tomorrow morning. And I know lots of you listening and watching will be really excited about seeing how Bram Chardon drives. So he's the second of our drivers to go tomorrow, 10:12 tomorrow local time. Then another medal contender, Glenn Geertz, he follows on. Tor van der Berg for Australia. George von Steen, we're into the team places now. Yuri Nesh Vasil Jr., and as you probably know by now, his Kladruba Stallions have a firm place in my heart. They are beautiful. Jérôme Voutaz, the only Swiss driver here. So that's our morning at 3 minutes past 3, 3:03. How can you forget that? But thank you very much to the crew here, and we will be closing our broadcast very soon. Do tune in tomorrow, 10 o'clock local time. Thank you. Take care.
Megüszön a nagy keretét, tudod.
Thank you.
Love in 1,000 different flavors. I wish that I could taste them all night. No, I ain't got no dinner plans, so you should bring all your friends. I swear that to all of y'all my type. All you girls in here, if you're feeling thirsty, come on, take a sip, 'cause you know what I'm serving. Shimmy, shimmy, yeah, shimmy, yeah, shimmy, yeah. Drink, swalla la la. Drink, swalla la la. Swalla la la. Shimmy, shimmy, yeah, shimmy, yeah, shimmy, yeah. Drink, swalla la la. Drink, swalla la la. Swalla la la. Freaky, freaky, yeah. My freaky, freaky, yeah.
Shimmy, 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 yeah, shimmy, yeah. Bad girls gon' swallow la la. Bust down on my wrist in it, bitch. My pinky ring bigger than this. Matter how I'm Beverly Hills. Dollar got too many girls. Matter how I'm Beverly Hills. All she wears red bottom heels. When she back it up, put it on the top. When she drop it low, put it on the ground. DJ pop it, she gon' swallow that. Champagne pop it, she gon' swallow that.
All you girls in here, if you're feeling thirsty, come on, take a sip, 'cause you know what I'm serving. Shimmy, shimmy, yeah, shimmy, yeah, shimmy, yeah. Drink, swalla la la. Drink, swalla la la. Swalla la la. Shimmy, shimmy, yeah, shimmy, yeah, shimmy, yeah. Drink, swalla la la. Drink, swalla la la. Swalla la la. Freaky, freaky, yeah. My freaky, freaky,
Hey yo, bad girl, no swallow nothing. Word to the Dalai Lama, he know I'm a fashion killer. Word to John Galliano, he cupping that Valentino. Ain't no telling me no, I'm that bitch and he know. Like how your wife in these thoughts, you don't get wins for that. I'm having another good year, we don't get blimps for that. That's the gang still cold, we don't get minks for that. When I'm popping them bananas, we don't link chimps for that. I gave these bitches 2 years, now your time's up. Bless her heart, she throwing shots, but every line sucks. I'm in that cherry red foreign with the brown guts. My shit slapping like dude did LeBron nuts.
all you girls in here, if you're feeling thirsty, come on, take a sip, 'cause you know what I'm serving. Shimmy, shimmy, yeah, shimmy, yeah, shimmy, yeah. Drink, swalla la la. Drink, swalla la la. Swalla la la. Shimmy, shimmy, yeah, shimmy, yeah, shimmy, yeah. Drink, swalla la la. Drink, swalla la la.
Young Money,
Swalla la la.
Jay-Z.
Freaky, yeah. Swalla la la. My freaky, freaky, yeah. Swalla la la. My freaky, freaky, yeah. Swalla la la. My freaky, freaky, yeah.
Él me dijo bye, 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 mi amor. Y yo le dije why, my love. Yo daría la vida por ti. Tú me puñalas, me quieres herir. Y las verdades se encuentran luz con el tiempo.
Un día arriba, un día abajo, un día rápido y otro despacio. Y así es la vida, tiene su encanto. Y a mí la pena se me va cantando.
Ay, camarero, dame otra ronda. Dame un mojito con bastante ron para esta cruel desilusión. Ay, camarero, cúrame de este dolor.
Ay, camarera, ponme una ronda, ponme un mojito con bastante ron para esta cruel desilusión. Ay, camarera, cúrame de este dolor. Que a mí las penas se me van cantando. Que a mí las penas se me van cantando. Que a mí las penas se me van cantando. sálvame de este dolor.
We don't have to worry about nothing. 'Cause we got the fire, and we burning one hell of a something. They're gonna see us from outer